Hello.
Everyone's so quiet today. I feel like usually when I jump on, like someone is talking about something or it's good to see everybody.
Good to see you too.
I'll talk itis.
Are the
Everybody.
I just think we're mindful of other people having conversations that may not have been as friendly. So since we're being recorded, I think everybody's a little bit more reserved.
I don't know if we've ever gone there either, so that's not really heavy on my mind.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get onto the agenda online.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about the conversations we would have. Are the interpreters going to make an announcement before I start the meeting? Okay, do you want to go ahead and do that? Thanks.
Buenas noches para todos. Soy la intérprete de español junto con mi colega. Vamos a estar traduciendo esta junta al español. Si desea escucharla en español, por favor haga clic en el icono del globo que se encuentra en la parte de abajo de la barra de herramientas y seleccione el idioma de español. Gracias.
Thank you. All right, I call this meeting to order at 7:01, and I see all board members are present. And we are now on to item 2, approval of tonight's agenda. Before I get a motion, just real quick, if there's any public who wishes to speak to this item, please use the raise hand feature. All right, board, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are now on to comments from the board and superintendent. I really just need to write out our order. I think I might change it every time. So we'll go Jeff, Isabel, Nancy, and then Bridget.
I don't really have anything to report out tonight. I mean, I always feel like I should because I feel like I've been in a lot of webinars and meetings and so on, but nothing to report.
Isabel, do you have anything?
Well, this has been a busy month, actually. A lot of meetings related to so many things. We had some meeting about food safety. We've been talking. There has a lot to talk about that. We've been working very hard with that, with the food safety during the crisis. I had a meeting about with the construction and architecture in general, so to understand exactly our general design things and how we proceed to that. We talk a lot about what kind of green buildings and green standards we have. So I think there is quite a lot that we can talk about it. And I think it will be interesting because we're going to be building more in the future. Probably a lot of board members are interested in, I don't know, obviously the next building, which is L, is already at the district office of the district architect, and everything has been approved. But it will be nice to see, I don't know, to have, I suppose, a meeting and know a little bit more about, maybe not only me, but more than me, or I can just arrange it. But maybe if more people is interested, we can do that. Also, yeah, maybe we can, I don't know, in the future, go a little bit more into that. I know that we've been working on, well, trying to have some higher standard other than more than the general new code, which the new code is pretty much, I mean, it has been advancing all the rules for green architecture. We go a little, and we need to go a little bit farther than the regular Title 21 and go with the close to silver, lead silver. But you know, it's as it is a rating. You know, you have like a set of points that you can get. I don't know, you can get all the way to certain amount of points to go there, and there are many options. So there is not one only way to design or think about a building. And there are a lot of strategies that, you know, are cost free and are, I think in general, like good practices, like operating windows and other things. You don't have to have them in order to have a silver certification, but as many as you have, you can get, you know, to silver, to gold, to platinum, to have other extra certification. And there are some that are like, you know, just good practice, like how you move the building and all the things that don't exactly have to do with having a bigger or a more a newer air conditioner or machine that sooner or later is going to need electricity and burn fossil fuels. So I don't know, maybe there are some tweaks and things that we can think about, general practices in general, a little policy about the way how we start thinking of the buildings for the future. Even more, if we are going to have like, probably this pandemic thing is not going to be only one, probably, who knows, in a 2 or 3 year range, we're going to have more than that. And we're going to have, you know, the outdoor classrooms are going to be more necessary. Yes, sorry, Michael.
No, I was just going to offer, like, I heard you say that you'd like to, you know, get kind of caught up on the plan with Ellis, which I think is a great idea. So we could set up a meeting with you and Rob on that. And I think it's also a great idea if there's another board member that wants to talk about that. It wouldn't be a policy discussion, but just like to get caught up in the process. And then, you know, if at a later time we want to like put that on the agenda for the whole board, we could. So
yeah, this one, it will be just informative because it's not like, you know, it's already done and approved and it's about to start being built. So I just like to have an idea that would be nice. If somebody else is interested, it will be great for everybody as an informative thing. And yeah, maybe in the future talk about like, you know, what could be general policies and about green architecture in general. Or then of course I've been touring the schools also. Bridget has been coming. So we saw all the SLGs except for Vargas, and that hopefully I'll do that next week. And in that way, we were able to see that, you know, most of the schools already have the classroom ready with all the separations and all the things that we need to start classes in a couple of weeks. So that's great. We also saw how the new infirmaries with the new rules. So that's, you know, it's looking very, very good. And we were able to talk with the principals in most of the places we were. This last Monday was the health committee. I don't know, there was some things that are happening with PE. One of them is that we're going to have another like annual. We have some donations annually for the helmets that are coming, free helmets for the kids. So that's also happening between the next couple of weeks. Most of the schools are going to have that for the kids who need it. Well, and then a big thing that we've been talking a lot because it's super important is, well, food security. We're going to hopefully have a study section about that and basic needs. And, you know, one of the big things is that the schools that have the biggest amount of socioeconomical disadvantaged children, they are like very small, you know, they are smaller schools. So when you have a bigger population, you already have the structure and everything in order to help these kids, which are most of our Title I schools or schools that, you know, are maybe not as big, but they have a bigger percentage. So 300 or 400 kids in CMS is half of the class, the school, or 60% of the school, while 370 kids in SMS is less than 30% of the kids. So when you have less than 30% of the kids, the structure to help kids that are they having troubles is not there, or it's not as easy as in the other ones. So we've been having, like, most of the Title I schools have been able to go around and, go right on during this crisis and being able to help everyone who needed during this COVID era in general. Places like SMS, we have 370 kids, and not just that, but maybe other people who were not before in this socioeconomical disadvantage population, and somehow because COVID they are having trouble now. Those people are not getting enough food or all the things that they might need, and they don't always know where the things are. They are not always able to get to the resources they need. So we're having a lot of issues with that. And even from that, we have a small percentage of the people who really need the food who are not able to go there during lunch and get the food. So that's been, we've been trying to find a way to respond during this emergency. So there have been a lot of meetings, and there is still a lot to do. And I think we talk about having one of these study sessions with that. So that's very important that we actually do that. And also maybe create, ask the schools to be ready for the next big thing, and to create a structure that will allow, when this happened, that no kids go hungry or no kids get behind, because it's even if it's a little piece. I mean, every child is under care, and if you have a population where most of these are kids with a lot of money, or they can do it and they will not have problem, that's great. But it's still 370 kids. That's a lot of kids, and wherever you put it, if you are 300 out of 1,200 or 300 out of 800, there are still 300. So there's still some, and yeah, we've been doing great. There is a lot of food to be had around, but not everybody can get to it. So those are like the little details, and a lot of the schools are going way far and beyond to make sure that everybody is okay. But we could always try to do better and do better. And we've been having, we give food, we offer food everybody every day in 6 of our schools, and then we have the groceries that people can go and pick up. But still we have people that work during the day, and they don't like their little kids walking around the city by themselves during lunch hours, or they cannot go and pick up the groceries. So those can still be some issues that we need to work out and put in the need to with whoever can help them.
Thanks, Isabel.
So we have a lot of some work on that, and I think that's it. Sorry. Sorry for taking too long. But it has been a very, very busy month.
Thank you. All right, Nancy.
So it has been a very busy month, and I sent in my list of activities because it covered so long to Jesus. And so I just like to highlight a couple of things. I wanted to remind everybody that we have the legislative brunch happening this weekend. And if you didn't get a new Zoom link to Bonnie, let me know, because the link changed. So make sure that on your calendars you have the right Zoom link, because it is going to be an exciting and robust time, and I'm really looking forward to that. And I
Hey,
also,
Nancy, what time does that start? I feel like I've gotten different emails with different start times for it. So does anyone know like the actual for sure start time? If you don't, we can find it later. That's fine.
I believe it is at 9.
Yeah, that's what my invitation says.
Okay.
That's my belief, but I just wanted to let everybody know about that. Zoom has made it very convenient, and we have more legislators coming there than we have before. The other things that I've been doing are with Santa Clara County School Boards Association, lots of activities that I've been sharing with Bridget in different meetings, and activities with the early childhood education local planning council as well. And I really, the other thing that I'd like to share is being at Challenge Team. I'm just so excited that we're able to restart that program, and it's very exciting seeing all the different levels of collaboration that are going on in the city to address multiple issues that families are having. So I appreciate the collaboration in the broader community around food insecurity and other issues that families are having. And to let you know, I did, as a part of the LAC for Santa Clara County, draft and send out advocacy around federal legislation related to food and nutrition programs to make sure that those are enhanced and included in the relief package that the Congress is working on right now. Thanks.
Can I hop in, Michelle? You ready? Okay, so I too have a long list. I sent a bunch into Jesus, but I did want to talk about report back to the board about a couple of things that I did. First of all, we had in one of our other meetings, we had a discussion about transportation, and Isabel and I think had both asked about increasing transportation for some of our students for summer school, or maybe even the cohorts coming back for in-person instruction. And what we learned from our meeting with Rob was that unfortunately, because of bus capacity and the new COVID restrictions, we actually have less capacity than before. So while things are just starting up, it's something that they're going to be keeping an eye on and really trying to understand how the capacity will match the need for the students that are coming back to in-person instruction. So he said that he would report back to us as a board and just let us know how that's going. We also had a meeting with Mary Beth Allman to talk about middle school scheduling. And that was really interesting. She really walked us through the process of when they reorganized their schedule at CMS, and talked about all the different things that go into middle school scheduling, and also just how it was a process and there were lots of different people working on it to bring it together, and there was some trial and error, and that it's even now still evolving. But some of the things that came out are some of the questions that I had about the differences in the schedule as far as what I saw as inequities with English language learners had actually been established. Some of those norms had been established even before that schedule change. So the differences in how the two schools have been treating English language learners have been going on for a really long time. So whenever we look at that, that's something we'll have to take into consideration. Also, I'm kind of excited because I'm on the slate for the Santa Clara County School Boards Association for VP. So I hope that happens. It'll be a lot of work, but it should be fun. So we'll find out next month, I guess. And I was a reader and a validator for the Hoffman Awards. And what I didn't realize, I didn't do it the first year because I was like a fire hose of information coming in that I was on the board. And last year I was busy and I just kind of thought it was like kind of a fancy thing that people did. Like, oh, you're going to be a reader. Do you have to get permission to be a reader? And what is that? They really need help. And it's a great experience. Like, in fact, I would say it was just so inspiring. This year, I really needed it, like a shot in the arm, because it was like no pun intended, because vaccine shot. Okay. But it was great because it was all these innovative programs from around the county. And we got to read all of them. And then the finalists, you actually get to go visit. And what I didn't realize until there were a lot of readers this year, but you can even, if you don't have time to be a reader, you can put your name in and just say, hey, I'd like to go visit a finalist. And I promise not to tell anybody who the finalists are. And you can go and you can actually tour these sites. So we went to go see Assist, which was a high school district program. But another program we saw was Edenvale, which was their Adopt a College program. And one of the reasons this program was so exciting was because they basically, from kindergarten through 6th grade, it's an elementary school kind of plus, every student in that school adopts a college from kindergarten all the way through 6th grade. And so the students are basically, it's not a single week like a college week or anything like that. It's the whole year. And they go through the process of applying and getting accepted to the college. And then when they, later they have chant offs and, they get into their school spirit and they have parades and the mayor comes and all that stuff. But then in March, they have scholarships for the high school students that went to their elementary school. And they've raised all this money through, everything that you normally raise money for a school for. They've raised money for college scholarships. So they have an 88% acceptance rate into college, whether it's junior college, a trade program, or four-year university. And then they have an 80+% graduation rate within 4 years from those programs. So it's pretty remarkable. And when I was talking to them, we always talk about how the CASP, because we're talking about the CASP again, how the CASP is just one measure of student success, right? And they really were talking about how not just the belief that college is for everybody, but showing people. And then of course they take the families along the way. They have lots of family education for like what the different options are. And they're seeing every year kids from their neighborhood, from their school, going to college, going to trade school, going to associate's degree and having a successful life. And then they come back. And so it was just so inspiring. I just wanted to share that with you. And I wanted to let you know that just being a part of being a reader for that program was real exciting. I'm sure Mike's going to make an announcement later about another thing. Okay, so then also we do have the Ledge Brunch, but we also have Legislative Action Week. And if you have not signed up, you can sign up. And I did there's a 1-hour training webinar, but usually it's just one day. And you go to Sacramento and you lobby all day and you meet with people. And I've never done it because it always falls on my husband's birthday. Like every year, it's like, it happens to be his birthday, or the day right before or after his birthday. And so I can never go because I'm committed to having dinner with him. And so, but this year it's the whole week and they're doing it. They've gotten a lot of, just like for our legislative brunch, they've gotten a lot of different people to participate. And so it's a great opportunity to advocate for our schools and for students. Okay. Facilities master plan. Okay. I went to the strings performance also. That was also excellent. And I want to thank Mr. Anchetta for inviting all of us to the Homestead Orchestra Festival, because those things are the happy places to be a board member. You get to go and see students perform. So that was fun. One thing that was less fun today was working in a classroom for when they were trying to help kids through the process of getting set up for LPAC. And it really was challenging for, I felt like the stress level kind of go up in the room, in the virtual room. And I have a lot of empathy for those teams trying to put that together right now. I just trying to translate into 4 languages, how to find your 10-digit state ID number so that you can log in and then log out of Chrome and then go into a secure server without a teacher there. I think it's going to be really challenging, and I just hope everybody can just stay calm and just realize it's going to be okay, and we'll do the best we can, because I know that it's not a constraint that the district has decided that we want to put on anybody. It's something that we're required to do. So just, I have a lot of empathy for everyone involved, teachers, students, everyone. It does not seem like that much fun. And then Isabel alluded to the 37 families that we've been delivering, SMS has been delivering groceries to every other week. And I know that at Second Harvest Food Bank has the food bank set up. What it caused me to do this last week was to go back to that survey from fall. And when I looked at that survey again, I noticed that there were 60 kids from SMS who reported that they had not had enough food in the last 3 days because there was not enough food in the home. And so, you know, like Isabel said, there's over 300 children at SMS that fall into the category that is classified as a low socioeconomic status or socioeconomically disadvantaged status. But COVID has added this whole other layer on top of that. So I was wondering if we could ask for, you know, at a basic level between now and before school is out, because we have so much planning to do for the summer to prepare for what people's needs are over the summer, and then coming back in the fall, when they walk into our classrooms, what are they going to need? So look at a survey just talking about, you know, I thought Tasha and her team did a really great job at like formulating the questions around how are you doing physically and how are you doing emotionally, right? Because we may or may not have CASP data on how they're doing academically. Like we may or may not know, but we can definitely find out check in with people about how they're doing and try to be ready and meet those needs, like as those next milestones come. So my ask was, number one, is if we could get a survey with some, not as elaborate as the first Panorama survey, but just to follow up on, I'm interested in basic needs. And then number two, I would really like a conversation with the board. I didn't see it come up on our spring meetings list. And I think that would be like an outlier meeting, like maybe a Saturday meeting if no one can meet during the week, or maybe a meeting that happened like on an afternoon or an evening when it's not impeding anyone's work schedules. But if we could have a meeting around, you know, how do we want to support kids and families? Because those 37 families that are getting groceries delivered, primarily because of transportation issues, or maybe they're isolating, you know, we don't really know. But as things open up, as the economy.
So Bridget, when you say supporting families, are you referring to food? Are you referring to social emotional needs, that kind of thing? We could put.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm talking about, yeah, and I'm thinking like just kind of holistically, like,
Yeah.
because I feel like, I wonder if we had a conversation as a board and said, like, you know, is that our number one priority? Like, do we believe that that's really foundational? And like, not to try to solve the problem, but like, what do we think is, like, what is our goal overall? You know?
So we can't really obviously discuss it now, but
right.
Make a note of that for consideration.
Because like for those, like, again, the 37 families that I'm talking about, in those households, there's 102 kids. And in those households, there's 170 something adults, right? And so like those groceries, if we say what, you know, we're done with groceries, right now that's the only food that those families have access to. You know, food bank food, or school meals in the county, that's what the county Office of Education is reporting. So anyway, so let's get some understanding around that. And I would love to have a discussion as board around that. And then my third teeny tiny ask, which I'm only asking now because in public comments, my only opportunity to ask, but I want to share that I did ask Mike to see if we could get an updated, I don't remember if it was in a board meeting or an email, if we could get an updated tech plan. And the answer that came back was, there's no way, we're way too busy right now. So, okay, I get it. We're way too busy for a tech plan update because it's like, you know, it's a big deal. But could we get like a one pager? Because I don't, you know, like not like what's the reporting structure? What's our current plan? You know, what are we doing now? And like, what are our goals for next year for support? Are we having any additional support? Is there any hiring changes that we're planning for management? Are we, you know, like just kind of what the general thing is. So it doesn't have to be even a presentation, but could the board get some sort of, I mean, I'm asking for it. I'm guessing maybe other people would want to know as well.
Why don't you just make a list of the information you're looking for and then send it to me and we can provide that.
Okay, super.
No problem.
Because I didn't want it to be like, well, Bridget's just asking for this. And it's like, well,
no, that's fine.
So I just would like to know, and I'm guessing other people probably would want to know. Okay, and that's it. I sent everything else to Jesus. Thank you.
So I'll just add in onto that one quickly, though. I would say, right, the priority is getting schools open, and so I would prefer getting an update later on. Like, I mean, it's good stuff to know, but I think, right? So like,
well, I'm not asking just because I want to know. I'm asking because I want to understand how it's ready for next year. And if like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to understand that, like, if we like what we have ordered, where we are on the 1-to-1, like, it's just like a barometer check. Like, I don't think I'm making a big ask. And I think it's like right now, in the beginning of this year, we didn't have tech support for teachers, right? We had tech support.
So
we didn't have a person.
On the
now
agenda,
we have a
Bridget,
person.
We probably shouldn't keep talking about it, right? I was just sharing, like, you shared you'd like a presentation now. I would prefer a presentation later to let them focus on other things.
A paper or something. Memo.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like he'll give you some updates. Yeah. Yeah. And that was all of your stuff, Bridget. Yeah. Okay. So I just had a couple of quick things. One, I wasn't able to watch the SMSing on Saturday, but he had sent us a link, and so it was fun to. I appreciate that he sent it. We wouldn't have known about it without that. So it was great to know that they were performing, even though I couldn't watch it. And then I did watch the video he sent, which, like Bridget said, right, it's always fun to see the students performing and the creativity over Zoom. Not as good as in person, like most things, but it's still impressive. And then Jeff, I just wanted to comment. You know, you often say, like, I wish I had more to report, but like, I appreciate that your day job is essentially PD for board, right? Like, so you kind of are doing it all the time and you bring in a great perspective. So I just wanted to share that. And then I also, Isabel, I love that you have just jumped right in, right? And that you're just gaining tons of information and asking questions. And I love that you've been, even in this COVID world, that you've been able to make it out. So it sounds like all the sites but one. So that's just fantastic. And then the only thing I wanted to share out was just that that the facilities master plan that we're working along, that keeps going on. And I've been enjoying being, I don't know if committee is the right word, but the group who is kind of helping with that. So I appreciate being on that. I appreciate Rob and all the team behind that for working on that. And I know that it'll come to the board. I can't remember the exact timing, but it was on our schedule. So it'll be coming to the board for a more in-depth conversation. And that's all I have. Dr. Gallagher?
Yes, thanks. I'll just go through a few things quickly. Bridget, thank you for the teaser about the exciting announcement. about the Hoffman Award. So Ellis School has been awarded a Hoffman Award for their Readers Workshop program. And that really represents years of hard work that goes back just years. So obviously Eric Panosian, the principal, Stephanie, the current principal, Catherine Armstrong, the assistant principal, some years back when they started Readers Workshop, really deserves a lot of credit for that as well. And of course, all the teachers, because really that was a teacher born, like it came from the grassroots of the teachers. And that was an example where the administrators, the assistant principal and the principal facilitated growth from beginning at the teacher levels. That's really exciting that now that's being rewarded with the Hoffman Award. So a couple other things.
Mike, can I just interject real quick? Just since I've been at Ellis, so my 8th grader was a 3rd grader the year that pilot, and I can't remember if the entire 3rd grade team, I think it was the entire 3rd grade team, but so my son, so just the fun that and I remember, so that was the first year it was introduced at our site. And I remember when I would go in and help in the classroom, like from that first year, just loving the language they use and stuff. So as you were talking, I was like, oh, yeah. My son was a part of that pilot.
Yeah, that's great. So a couple COVID related things. The first one's a little disappointing, but it's going to be positive in the end. So there's this great partnership that's been developed between the Office of Emergency Services, Mayview Community Health Center, the CNC, our school district, Sunnyvale Community Services, to get vaccinations, a vaccination site on the north side of Sunnyvale at Columbia Middle School. It was supposed to begin Monday and run all week, but they don't have the vaccines. So that's super disappointing. But like I said, the infrastructure and the partnerships are all built. We have tons of community volunteers. It takes a lot of volunteers to do this. And so we're mobilized and ready for when the vaccines come. And I'm an optimist, so I think that'll be soon. We're also looking into mobile COVID testing. Testing is really important. Like, it's important not to forget that as we start the vaccinations are rolling. And so the mobile testing will be focused on North Sunnyvale also. They're looking at Columbia Middle School and San Miguel, because those are two neighborhoods that their data shows would really benefit from this. And basically, this is a COVID testing bus, which is a state resource shared by Santa Clara County and San Mateo counties, their 2 Office of Emergency Services. So that's exciting. We're hoping to start that in the middle of March. I guess we're rolling through March pretty good clip already. So hopefully that'll start pretty soon, and then it'll be regular. I don't know if it's like every 2 to 4 weeks that it would be available. Big old bus pulls in and it's all set up. So that's a great benefit for that community. We also, vaccinations for staff is really picking up. We, county office and OES sent out a survey at the end of last week and said, how many employees still don't have appointments? We did Jeremy did a really good job, and the HR team did a really good job of getting that out to employees, got the data back. And then when Marianne Dewan sent me a text message early one day this week, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and said, do you have the data? We sent the data. The next day, they had a bunch of vaccinations ready just for Sunnyvale Middle School at the county fairgrounds. So they're really doing things to facilitate vaccines for school employees now, which is awesome. And then the last thing I would say along those lines is we started our rapid antigen testing today with sort of the pilot in the district office. So all the district office employees moved through. It was a great pilot because it didn't work perfectly at first. Technical bugs and everything else that we worked out. And we are now poised to be able to do bi-weekly testing of all our employees, and then eventually to students if that becomes appropriate and necessary. So we're in a really good position for COVID testing. So that's all I have.
Thank you. All right, we are now on to, sorry, I want to wait just a minute. We are now on to item 4, comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. If we have a representative from SEA, looks like Leah's nodding her head.
Yes,
So
we have Wendy Smith, and I'm pressing allow to talk, and that is it. So Wendy, you should be good to go when you unmute yourself.
All right, thanks, Leah. You did awesome. Good evening, everyone. As you know, I'm Wendy Smith, and I'm the president of SEA, which is the teachers union here in Sunnyvale. The other day, I was in a meeting with some colleagues, and we were talking about the fact that we're coming up on a year of surviving this pandemic and all the changes we've experienced when someone brought up the latest attack on teachers and the completely false information that teachers and their union don't want schools to reopen. That somehow it was the union's fault students were not back to in-person teaching. I knew exactly what they were referring to because it's been all over the news and social media, and most recently in a very public social media group right here in Sunnyvale, a member of the community referred to us as fascists. This really hit hard. While I felt the hurt, I also felt outrage at the ignorance. And I just have to throw this in. If they knew anything about history, they would know how instrumental unions were in resisting fascism. I asked myself, why did the narrative change from a year ago when people were so appreciative of the teachers rising to the completely unexpected challenge of distance learning, referring to them as heroes of the communities, to now vilifying those same people? I have to admit, it's been a struggle just to comprehend. You see, I never once heard from any teachers in our district that they don't want what's best for their students, that they don't want to get back to a regular classroom and return to in-person teaching. The only emphasis has been to do it in the safest way possible, keeping our students safe, our families safe, our colleagues, and ourselves. Most of the teachers I know have stories similar to my own. While I've been an official teacher for 25 years, my teaching story actually started 47 years ago when I was 5. When I was 5, my dad hung a chalkboard in the wall of our garage. I'm sure he thought it would just keep me busy while he worked on the car. But what he didn't know at that time is that he had just helped me set up my first classroom. Soon I had my first students, otherwise known as the other neighborhood kids. I would hold class in the garage, teaching them. Teaching was my calling. Teaching is a calling. If not, it is not a career where you say, I'm going to make the big bucks and retire early, or one where you say, I work 9 to 5 with weekends off. No, it's hard. The hours are long and extend into all hours of the night and weekends, especially during distance learning. Often it seems more money goes out of our pockets than into them, especially during distance learning, where we've been purchasing curriculum and supplies that we had no idea we would need for this new environment. We invest monetarily and we invest emotionally, but we do it. We do it because we want what is best for our students. This is what has been constant, our love for our students. We have spent the last year working and worrying. We worried for ourselves, we worried for our own families, our own children, our elderly parents, and we worried for our students. We took that worry and we turned it into advocacy for our students. We showed up. We created engaging lessons. We taught ourselves new technologies. We reached out to families and we worked with our district to develop a plan with safety as a priority. We didn't rush into something blindly. We put great effort into each step. Teachers in our union have opened the door to distance learning. And as we get ready to implement the plan we work so hard to help develop, again, thanks to our partnership with Sunnyvale School District, teachers will be the ones literally opening the doors and welcoming students back. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you, Wendy. On behalf of the board, I just want to say thank you so much to you and to all of our teachers. We very much value and appreciate all the amazing work that you guys do. We are now on to item 5, comments from the California School Employees Association. If there's an official representative who would like to speak. Leah, are you seeing? Okay,
No.
We'll give it just a moment just in case. Okay, not seeing, correct? Okay, thank you. We are now on to item 6, comments from the public. As a reminder, this portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provisions of the Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated to public testimony are 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that an accurate record is reflected in the minutes. And as a reminder, there will be time for public comment on agendized items later in the meeting. This portion of public comment is for items that are not on the agenda. So we will take any comments about the returning to in-person plans. We will take those comments when we get to that agenda item. So if there's anyone who would wish to speak at this time, please use the raise hand feature. It looks like there's a few, so I'll turn that over to you, Aaliyah.
Okay, first up we have Selena, then Yuri Tall, then Nancy Mesner. Selena, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Selena. I'm a parent of a student at Cherry Chase and one at SMS. I just want to say I'm excited that we're in the red tier and our teachers are getting vaccinated, and that the kids who need and want to be in school are able to return soon. My question has to do with the fall, and I know Bridget's also voiced questions about returning in the fall. My concern is that there will be a push towards getting all kids back in campus without a vaccine available. And I'm wondering if the district has been thinking of providing a distance learning option for families who are not quite ready to go back yet. So far as I understand, there won't be a vaccine for children by fall. And there are families with children with underlying conditions who are a bit frightened at the prospect of sending their kids back to campus. So I was just wondering if there's been talk about that, and if there's been discussions, and if there's already been, a decision made whether or not there would be a distance learning option in the fall. Thanks.
Thank you, Selena. Next up is Yuri Tall, then Nancy Mesner, then Karen Boyman.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Uri Tal. I'm a parent of 3 boys. One is in SMS, one in Cherry Chase, and one in Homestead High. I also emailed Mike, so thanks, Mike, for replying to my email, but I'd like to express again my points here, if you allow me. So I'm very happy that schools are starting to reopen, but I'd like to express my concern that I think that the reopening is too minimal. And I think that I represent quite a few parents that think similarly. And my concern is that since it's such minimal opening of 2 hours a day for 4 days a week, many of the parents will not really send their kids to school because they would prefer 4 hours in Zoom over this. And then we'll say, okay, we opened and nobody came. So really, we'd like to see much more significant opening. I think that in the last few months, science has shown that it is safer. Private schools have been open for quite a few months, and I didn't hear that there's many teachers or many events of transmission that was a problem there. Yes, we need safe measures, we need masks and distancing and all of that, but I think that it can be done, and we'd like to see more of that.
Thank you, Uri. Next up is Nancy Mesner, then Karen Boyman, then Frances Lee.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nancy Messner. I'm a 7th and 8th grade science teacher at Sunnyvale Middle, and I've been a proud Spartan since 1999. In fact, I have taught and am currently teaching many children of current and former Sunnyvale School Board members. As we approach our 1-year anniversary of at-home learning, I'd like to share a teacher's perspective from the middle school lens. The students are the heart and the soul of our school. They are the reason we teachers are giving our very best. We quickly learned last year that effective online teaching must be done in an altogether new manner that we were completely unprepared for. It was like flying a plane while still building it. We learned new technologies and methods for communicating with our students. We spent our summers planning and going to virtual conferences in preparation for this academic school year. The 16-hour workday has become the norm. We work on the weekends and we work during our vacations. We've created brand new lessons for every single day so we can provide a robust learning opportunity and the limited minutes that we have, all while using best educational practices. The strain it's put on our families is enormous. We don't do all this to receive glory or kudos. It's to give our best to our students in this one academic year that we are blessed to have them. We love our students and will do anything to help them succeed. We understand that our students are struggling emotionally and socially. Middle school is when they become gorgeous social butterflies, and the online experience can never replace that. Nor can it replace that in-person experience of teaching and learning and interaction and those wonderful moments that we share together in person in the classroom. We know that some of our students have and are experiencing tragic grief and loss. And many of us teachers have had painful personal experiences this year as well. But we will still continue to support and love your kids, our kids, regardless of where they are emotionally or academically. Thank you for your leadership, board, during this incredibly trying time. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy. We really appreciate you too. Next up is Karen Boyman, then Francis Lee, then David Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Karen Boyman. I have kids in Sunnyvale schools. I would like to express my frustration from how this board is managing the crisis. I'm speaking with parents, tens of parents every day, both in elementary and in middle school. There isn't a parent who is not experiencing their kids' tantrums and their depression and their mental and social isolation. And I wanted to remind this board that you are responsible for the mental and social distress of 6,600 students. When I read the mission you have on the Sunnyvale School District website, it calls Sunnyvale School District provides every student with a strong foundation of academic, behavioral, and social emotional skills to prepare them for success in diverse, challenging, and changing world where we are here in this changing world and our kids are zooming in from bed. We can share videos, we can share images, we can share as much information as you'd like. They're zooming in from bed if they actually really care. They're not submitting their schoolwork. They have tantrums when seeing their teacher in Zoom. And I want to relate that to the teacher that spoke just before me. You know, the teachers are probably going, above and beyond, but the distant learning is just a tool that is not working. It is not meant to be on there for a year. It is good for, a minimal amount of time, but when it becomes a year of distant learning, the kids are in great distress. Now, I know there's between 6 to 10% of dropouts from the Sunnyvale schools across the board. We know that from, questions we ask the principals, but this should be, evident information. This should be shared with the public. End of the day, I think that there's the talk and there's the walk, and we're doing
30 seconds left.
Too much talking here. We can talk about perfect scenarios. What is a perfect scenario to open? We want all the teachers and all the kids to be vaccinated. We want coronavirus to be out of this world, correct? But we don't have that benefit. We don't have that privilege. We cannot keep on looking for perfect scenarios to reopen the school. The kids could have been studying, even meeting on grass for a year now.
Your time is up. Could you please wrap up your thought?
Yes. So I'm saying beyond the fact that the The history will judge this leadership in this board. I wanted to let you know that the parents here in the district are moving in a direction that will force this board for action. And I'm talking about middle schoolers who you have decided, this board has decided that they will continue.
Thank you, Karen. I'm sorry, we still have
throughout
other
the year.
speakers that are up that we need to get to.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just a reminder, this part of public comment is actually for items that aren't on the agenda. We will have time to talk about reopening later. So for those remaining, we have Francis Lee, David Cohen, Afir Mullah, depending on what you wanted to talk about. This time is just meant for things not on the agenda, but we'll have more time for reopening later. So next up is Francis.
Hello, Aaliyah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, so my name is Francis. I was the health assistant at Vargas in Cumberland for 5 years. I am now at Sunnyvale Middle School as the computer specialist. I have been there for a little bit over a week. Please excuse my ignorance, Miss Isabel. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I did like that you did bring up remodeling and about how we want to keep it green because we only have one planet. With that in mind, I'm kind of interested in why every time we do a remodel, why staff or even the district nurses aren't consulted on input about how to remodel. Because it would be nice, like if the health offices maybe had windows or doors to the outside to help get fresh air in when you have 6 students. Not only that, Bishop is very lovely, the remodel, but when you think about it, the overhangs, or I guess they're called awnings, they all have holes. So when it rains in the fall, where do students stand when they're waiting for their rides to be picked up? They can't all cram into the front office waiting to be picked up. So just little things like that. When you mentioned about the remodel, I would love if somebody can consult with the sites, maybe the district nurses, about minor little improvements like that. So I just wanted to mention that. As Ms. Watson said, food. Yes, I think Sunnyvale's doing great what they can with food bundles and grocery distribution, with the perishable goods and non-perishable goods. But yes, there is that barrier of there are certain families that work, or there's single parents, or they even contracted COVID. They cannot get to the sites to pick up the food. I know certain sites have been delivering, and I think it's great that they're doing that to show how much we care for our community. But that is definitely a barrier, and I'm hoping that we can do better. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Francis. Next up is David Cohen, and then last is Ofir Mullah.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
First, thanks, Elia. First, I want to also comment on some of the things that have been mentioned. I also am very concerned about the school not opening fully. I appreciate that this school board at least has some reopening plan, and that's great. But when you look into the details of it, it seems like easily the middle schoolers are left out. I know there's some plan for 6th graders, but looking right from the plan that's been published, 7th and 8th graders, maybe there's some after-school programs, maybe there's some supports for targeted students, but that is nowhere near enough. I mean, our middle schoolers, like other school kids, need to be back in in-person instruction. And I've heard from teachers union representative and other teachers on this call talk very eloquently about wanting to be back with the students. That's great. Now let's make it happen. And I think it's up to this school board to be driving this forward and pressing forward to open the school for all kids in the district that want to go to school. I heard another parent talk about another option for at-home schooling. Great, give them an option. But for the parents and whose kids want to go to in-person school, this needs to be the #1 priority of the school board. And I really encourage you to make this #1. It's great to talk about green buildings and extra food delivery. I'm not against any of that, but this board should be speaking and talking and focused on opening the schools for the kids and doing it as soon as possible. I'm very concerned about when I hear, what I call, might as wellism, right? It's like, well, it's October, so we might as well, and holidays are coming up, we might as well do it in January. And then January comes like, well, it's President's Day holiday. Okay, we might as well do it that, or we might as well do it in T2 or T3 or whatever. No, the time is now to open the school as soon as possible, as pragmatically possible, to open it up for all kids, not just sixth graders, not just little kids, not just special needs seventh and eighth graders, those two, but all seventh and eighth graders, all middle school kids. I've got a middle school kid. He's been on Zoom for a year. He is a smart kid and he is regressing because he is not challenged and there's just not much happening. And I know I am not alone. And then finally, I'd really like to ask this board, when parents are on the call, you can almost be sure 99% of them are concerned about the reopening plan. Please make that agenda item number 1. Please open it up for comments immediately, so parents don't have to sit and, for 3 hours just to provide input. It's just a practical thing that we request. This is why parents are on. We're not here to criticize other topics. It's almost exclusively about opening up the school. So again, I ask you to please make opening up the schools and getting back to in-person instruction an absolute number 1 priority of the school board. And really nothing else should be talked about until after that topic is discussed. Then you can talk about all the other things you want to talk about, food distribution, whatever, it's all good, whatever, maintenance of the schools, there's a million things that of course.
Time's up if you want to finish up your thought.
Yep, my thought is please work hard and focused to open up the schools for all students, including middle schoolers, particularly 7th and 8th graders. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you so much. And last up is Ophir.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I would like also to continue the previous speaker. I don't hear that there is some kind of feeling of urgency of our situation in terms of opening. We are talking here about opening for middle. We have a school that we were just announced, Cumberland School. I have 2 kids in Cumberland, 2 kids in SMS, that we were just announced that the kinder level in Cumberland will not be even open. Just like that, based on a survey that was passed to us on November, there was a decision not to open on March. Now, I would like to ask the members here, where is your transparency, right? If you did a survey on November and you decided not to respect the request of the people, of the kids that really wants to go for in-person, for the kids that needs it, for kids that never spoke a word in English and started to learn English in front of a screen. These kids were informed today because of your guidelines. They were informed today on March that they cannot go back to school. These are not even 7th grade, 8th grade. These are kinders in Sunnyvale district, where we see friends of us on another districts that are opening their school, going to school 5 days a week. And I'm not even talking about private, even public school. And now we are talking about kinders. And you didn't even try to find some kind of an efficient way to open to them, to combine maybe multiple schools together, to respect the request of the people that wants their kids to be in person because they cannot stand it anymore. I don't see any transparency anymore from this district. You are not publishing what are the results. You are not publishing decisions that probably were taken on November, and you are letting us only now know that we know that the situation in Santa Clara, and we hope that it will stay, is much better. And we know that there are vaccines for teachers. You're just sending for kids that are, this was the first year in school, that they are not opening for them. The amount of frustration that we have from the way and the fact that you are putting this opening last in the agenda and you're speaking about other topics, it just proved to us that you don't feel the urgency and the feeling that we as a parents, we are feeling. Right now, it looks like that there is a huge isolation between us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ophir.
So I just want to, it looks like there's 4 more comments. I would really ask, so the public comments for the returning to in-person, we'd really love to have those wait until after the staff gives the updates and presentations in case they happen to answer any questions. So if there are more questions on that, and I'm actually going to do a quick pause. What if do we want to make a motion? And Mike, would it be okay if we swap the presentation and our review and action?
Yeah, that would be fine.
That would work on the staff end, right?
Review and discussion. So number 7 for number 8.
Review and discussion. Yes. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So did I make a motion to amend?
That would be great.
I'll make a motion to amend the agenda to move number 8.
Wait, are you one who made the motion to approve the agenda originally?
Oh, no.
So whoever did that motion, I think, is actually the one who should make
Nancy,
the amendment.
probably. Nancy, was it you?
Jesus, do we need to have whoever made the original motion amend it? No? Okay, go ahead then, Bridget. Sorry.
Okay, well, I guess I will make a motion to amend tonight's agenda to move number 8, review and discussion, 8A, return to in-person instruction in progress, in front of number 7, substitute recruitment and development update.
I second.
Okay, do we need to ask for public comment? If there's any public comment on that? We don't need to ask since we already did it.
On changing the agenda?
Yeah.
Vote.
Okay, board, any questions or discussion or ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. And with that, the amended agenda, so we will have 8A first, and then we will 7A and proceed the rest of it in order. Okay, so with that in mind, that will be the next agenda item. We will get the presentation and updates from staff, and then we will open up for public comment. So if there is any public comment on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand. And if all the items are related to the returning to in-person, then we will take those on the next item. So we'll give it just a minute. Okay, so it looks like we have 2 that are not related to agenda items. So we'll take those last 2, and then we will continue on with our agenda to the next item. So Leah, could you help us with that?
Yes, Michelle Glazer.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks. I would like to take it to a personal place, but I think I'm speaking for a lot of parents here. So I have 3 children in elementary school. They all attended Cumberland, and I want to start by saying that we have an amazing 3 teachers that are doing above and beyond for my children. I have 3 children, as I mentioned, 2nd grader, 3rd grader, and a 4th grader. They are all with 504 plan with ADHD, taking some pills every morning to be able to stay on focus on Zoom, and are struggling so much to a point that I took the initiative and tried to enroll them to every private schools that in our area. Fortunately, they're all packed, they're all booked. I didn't want to send one because they had only availability for a 2nd grader and not 3rd grader. So I wanted to keep them together, and it's postponed it. And eventually I found a place in San Jose that is a private schools, and I'm driving every morning from Sunnyvale, even though I'm living in Sunnyvale School District, just to take my kids to an in-person schools. We have to make this a priority. We cannot live within options of 2.5 hours a day for children to be back at schools 4 times a week. It's not enough. It's not beneficial to anyone. I don't think the teacher will be able to teach enough material in that short period of time. It's going to be a burden for the parents to go back and forth and pick them up after 2.5 hours. It's just not a good plan. And that's why you see on the survey that you did in November or December timeframe, I can't recall, that a lot of people did not choose that option. If you redo the survey, I'm sure, and you give a full options to go back in person for a full day, people will come back. Kids are struggling emotionally. They are distanced. They are lonely. My son keeps on telling me, Mom, I'm lonely. I need a play date. Please help us here. Again, it's not against the teacher. I think the teacher are wonderful and they're doing above and beyond, and we want to keep them safe. And there's going to be vaccines soon, but we have to come up with a better plan. This is not going to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Galicia. Ms. Galicia,
Buenas noches.
Hello.
Buenas noches. Soy mamá de 4 niños. Para empezar, quiero agradecerle a todos, han hecho un buen trabajo y la verdad no se les puede exigir más. Gracias a Dios que estamos bien controlados de la pandemia, sobre todo el trabajo con lo de la comida, lo han hecho súper bien. El apoyo que me han brindado, que les pedí transporte para mi niña, también ya lo hicieron. Muchísimas gracias. Lo agradezco de corazón. Ahora yo me reuní ahorita acerca de la junta directiva porque quería hacer una petición. No sé si me podían apoyar con que mi hijo vaya a clases. Obvio que virtuales, pero en asistencia de la escuela. Y porque mi niña ya está yendo, entonces él se siente un poco incómodo quedar en casa y mi niña está yendo gracias al apoyo de ustedes. Me gustaría que lo tomaran en consideración para poder estar más tranquila y él que siga una rutina como de clases en horario. Y ellos le están echando muchas ganas, están esforzándose, a pesar de que sean las clases virtuales, pero ustedes como maestros, como directiva, lo hacen lo mejor que se pueda. Se agradece de corazón el apoyo de la comida, el apoyo del transporte. Hacen muy buen trabajo en equipo. Lo agradezco bastante de corazón. No se puede exigir más sabiendo cómo están las situaciones. Todo es un proceso. Todo, al menos yo, pues se tiene que entender. Soy mamá de 4 niños. Es muy difícil estar en clases virtuales, pero es algo que tenemos que aceptar, que nos tocó. Y ojalá y esto cambie, se termine lo de la pandemia y vuelva a la normalidad todo.
30 seconds.
Muchísimas gracias. Ojalá y me tomen en consideración la petición de que mi niño pueda ir al recinto de la escuela, aunque sea con las clases virtuales. Lamentablemente tengo problemas a veces con el internet y entonces ahí se desenfoca mi niño. Y gracias por la oportunidad que le dieron a mi hija, que ya está dentro de esa lista, ya está asistiendo, pero me gustaría que tomaran en cuenta mi hijo, que está en 8º grado. Gracias, los agradezco bastante y ojalá me den esa oportunidad.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galicia. Next up is Lilik Shmueli, then Nir Harif.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for letting me talking tonight. I have a problem I have 4 kids in this district, but the small one, they are okay. They learn somehow, but I have also a small kid, which is in a kindergarten. He is a special. And I want to focus on this age. This age is very hard. These kids is very hard for them to be on the Zoom because they need lots of help with many special teacher, like a speech teacher and the occupation teacher. So for example, occupation teacher, they need to touch the kids, to help them to write. I all the time get homework from the teachers, like many paper, they are all empty. It's like you need behavior therapist. So it's not something that can be virtual. I want to make more focus to talk about more about the special kids, how I'm going to help them. Because I see every day my son, he have an iPad in the hand. He don't want to learn. He want to play with the iPad. Because when I give him iPad, he don't care what is that mean. He don't know. He don't understand what the teacher say in the Zoom because he don't know to talk. He don't understand. So it's very painful for a mom to see her son behind everybody, that everybody can talk and do homework, and my son, he just see TV all day. What I'm going to do, how I can let him back to school? He can't even sit on the chair now. The gap is so high, it's like more behind than the start of the year. So this is a really big problem. I don't know what to do. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilik.
Hey, Leah, if you could pause for a minute. It's seeming like all of these comments are about the return to in-person. So we are going to take a pause on this because we are not to that item yet. So we will pause on the comments. We are going to move to that item. If there is anyone who's in the queue who has a comment that's not related to the opening of returning to in-person, we'll still allow you to speak then. But so far, it seemed like all of them are about returning to in-person. So we will move to that item now. So we are on to item 8A, the review and discussion with the return to in-person instruction progress. And as I said, as I had said before, that there might be some questions or concerns. So that's why we're going to have the presentation first to hear from some of the updates and where we're at. And then we will have public comment on it. And then after that, board, we will then ask our questions and have our discussion. So with that, Mike, am I turning over to you or to somebody else?
To me, and then Jeremy will put up the presentation and do the bulk of it, and then that'll be it. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so as you will see in our presentation, we've been planning for our return to in-person instruction throughout the school year, really since early in the fall. We've been clear that we would implement our plan 2 weeks after the county hit the red tier. We are now ready to begin with reconfigured classes on March 17th in kindergarten and first grade, and we're looking at 6th grade as well, and in-person instruction beginning on March 18th. Just a couple points to make about our readiness. First of all, I believe that the science is really clear that schools can reopen safely, if layers of safety protocols are implemented with fidelity. And I'm confident that we have implemented such safety protocols so far with our supervised learning groups, with our employees, with individual student supports that are happening on campuses, with the after-school programming that's begun at our middle schools. And so I'm confident that we can do that as we begin having more in-person instruction return to our campuses in the next couple of weeks. And also kind of an objective measure of that is our COVID protection plan and our illness and injury safety plans have both been approved as compliant by our insurance carriers. These are some kind of technical requirements that the state is making before school districts can open, and ours are ready to go. You're supposed to have them ready 5 days before you open. Ours have been ready for some time now. So we're ready to go there. We have improved an instructional model that's ready to go. You'll remember that in the presentation that we'll give goes through this a little bit. We had lots of public comment. There was actually a public meeting where over 600 people were present when we talked about our instructional models. And then we had several board meetings where we discussed the instructional models as well into January and even into this month for the middle school model, or actually not this month, into February. We have, as I mentioned earlier, we have our COVID testing ready to go. That's something that many districts aren't ready to do yet. We are ready. Also, I should mention that our staff is getting vaccinated, and that's happening quickly. I mentioned that earlier. I want to be clear, though, that is not and never has been a condition for our reopening. Our Teachers Association, our Classified Employees Association, neither of them has ever insisted on that, and that's not part of our reopening plan. It is good that they're getting vaccinated. We're encouraging that, and we're doing what we can to help with that, but that's not a condition of reopening. Finally, another piece of the puzzle that we have in place that perhaps some other districts don't is we have agreements with our employee unions. And I want to be very, very clear that our employees and our teachers in particular have not been a barrier to our returning. Rather, they have been partners and problem solvers. And they, as has been mentioned, they want to return to the classroom. Really, I would say the biggest challenge that we face is, and we heard a little bit of it in the public comments so far, we have a wide diversity of, just a wide diversity within our school district. We're hearing from a lot of parents tonight that really want to return. We also have many parents who are anxious about that. And unfortunately, what that means is that our plan requires us to then have to reconfigure classes. So there's some complexity to it. However, we are ready to begin with that. A little bit more, we are committed to flexibility as one of our guiding principles. So while we are ready to go, there is now legislation that's being considered, or it may have even been passed this week or today, to provide incentive grants for districts to return. We're considering this legislation and we're just learning about it. There's conflicting information about what's even in it because it's being passed so quickly, and how we can align our plans with the legislation while also serving the interests of our community. So we don't want that to slow us down, which maybe that's a possibility, I suppose, in some districts. We don't want this new legislation to slow down our reopening plans. We want to be able to move forward as we understand it. Also, conditions are improving. So we're considering how to take advantage of these improving conditions to better serve our students in the last weeks and months of the school year. I think, one or two of the speakers before mentioned that the survey was done in November. The survey was done in November because we wanted to be ready to reopen. Actually, I think the date was January 21st. But the conditions just didn't suggest that that was the right time. We've waited, now we're in red. Now, not only are conditions right, they are continuing to improve. So we're going to be flexible to see how we can take advantage of those improving conditions to serve students more and serve more students in person, maybe than we even originally planned. And we are, along those lines, we're quite open to flexibility within our model, especially when that increases in-person instruction safely and within the parameters of our existing plan. Flexibility will make us more responsive to the community, which is important, and to the current conditions. However, I think we need to be careful about making significant or suggesting significant modifications that will unnecessarily delay the return. So for example, our instructional model. If we were to go back to the drawing board on our instructional model, that would have the necessary impact of delaying actually getting kids back to school. And we actually believe that the instructional model really is focused on high quality instruction. That's how we landed on the AM/PM instructional model. We felt at that time, and we continue to feel, that it's most crucial for our students who have not benefited from virtual school to be on campus as many days in the week as possible. And every district is actually employing a different hybrid plan. I think that ours, well, we approached it this way from the beginning, really employs a lens of equity as we look at the AM/PM model to get, again, the focus, the kids who haven't been benefiting from virtual school on campus 4 days a week, also taking advantage of what's been learned and what's positive about virtual school on the Wednesdays and asynchronous learning at the time that the kids aren't in class. It was the best we could do. Is it perfect? Probably not. But we do believe it's a strong quality instructional model. And I would strongly advise against suggesting that we change it at this point, if for no other reason than that would delay our return. So just kind of in closing, I would say that conditions continue to change. We will continue to strive to be responsive to our whole community and to be flexible as we're preparing for the summer, which we've mentioned. We're doing everything we can to have the largest, broadest summer school, which will be in person, all in person, no virtual school for summer school. We're aiming for 15 students per classroom. And that's all in preparation for a fall that we intend to be also in person. And it will be in person to the greatest extent allowable by the state at that time. I'm an optimist. I think that will largely be in person at that time. So another thing that I think is important to think of is the work we're doing right now is really a bridge to the summer, and the summer is a bridge to August 18th, which is the day that school resumes in the next school year. So we're working towards that. And there was a question about distance learning option for next year. We will consider that, but we don't want to do next year, and this is really getting ahead for planning, but what we don't want to do for next year is put ourselves in a bind where we have to offer some students, we have to reconfigure classes in the middle of the school year again. So if we were to offer a distance learning model for next school year, that would be a commitment that parents are making for that year, if you understand what I'm saying. Because one of our challenges now is we have parents that want to stay in virtual school, and we have many parents who want to return to in person, and that causes breaking up classes. So we don't want to start next school year that way. And then the last thing I would say is that part of our planning is continuing tomorrow. We're meeting with the high school district, specifically focused on 8th grade students, this year's 8th grade students, and how we can support them this spring, this summer, and next year. So we're articulating with Fremont and Homestead, and the superintendent is going to be there. We're going to do everything we can for those 8th grade students because that's a shared interest that we have. So that's the overview, and I probably stole some of Jeremy's thunder from his presentation. So if you want to put that up.
I can kind of take it from here. So
okay.
Just to echo on Mike's comments, I really appreciate the fact that this timing of this agenda item is perfect because there is some late breaking news. Obviously, that kind of changed at the beginning of the week, so we're going to cover that. And again, I appreciate the comments from the community already, because we're going to kind of just take a quick step back to see where we got to this point. And I think to Mike's point, it's figuring out how we can all work together to go forward into the end of the school year, into the summer and beyond. And so I think that's the intention of what I'm going to try to cover today, and then leave a robust time for nice discussion about next steps. So here we go. Bear with me for 1 second. All right, here we go. Okay. And so I just thought, again, I think one of the speakers kind of said wanting, that term transparency, or, kind of how we got to this point. So I want to just take a moment to do that. Just wanted to start off by saying the bullets on these pages represent, I would say, literally thousands of hours and hundreds of individuals to get us to where we are talking about today. So this is kind of our little journey that we had, and I'll move quickly through this. And so just so we can get and make sure we have time to kind of talk about the next steps and what we know. But August through November, if you recall, I put here just again the conditions of the tiers that we were in. So we went purple, red to purple. Highlights from them, at the beginning of the year, we were able to spin up and implement an independent study program option for a segment of our community who desired that option as opposed to the virtual school. And we actually started the return to in-person committee task force meetings in September. These are made up of union members, parents, teachers, and district staff to kind of talk about and what to do within the virtual school program. Again, we've talked about this several times, but the employee COVID-19 testing through our partnership with El Camino Hospital started right away. And then we literally started conversations about in-person planning back in October. So we had 2 work groups of teachers and administrators, union staff and district staff, both in the elementary and middle school. So we started that work back in October. Mike alluded to a number of staff and community forums around the November timeframe. This is out of order, I apologize. Our first supervised learning group was launched in October. These are, again, the on-site supervised groups that can help students access virtual school on-site but under supervision, and they're provided supports and food. And then I think, Bridget, you mentioned this, the LPAC and special education assessments began, and this is kind of no small feat. And so a big kudos to staff in special ed to make sure, and instruction to make sure that we were still compliant in the state and federal guidelines that were presented to us through this year. And then we had a numerous board meeting updates as we went through this process. That brings us to December and January. Purple, we went into that new tier, deep purple, and then back into purple into January. So again, we had continued staff forums. The elementary model that Dr. Gallagher alluded to, which included special education and preschool, was approved by you in December. And then the return in person committee kind of pivoted at this time to just start thinking about recovery, renewal, and reimagining. That happened in January. And then we started the in-person planning based off of the information that was part of the elementary MOU. Then the real, I apologize, Tasha, for this, the real work began for the special education department because we persevered into December. We still had to meet requirements for students with IEPs and providing them targeted supports. Do you want to just touch on this part? Because I want to pause on this bullet because just talking about it for 30 seconds will not do it justice.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for that. Yes, so we reached out. Some of our students were able to access, but some of our students are not able to. So the team began calling families to find out, one, their ability and willingness to actually come on site. And while it might have been great for all of them to be able to, some of the families at this time were not prepared to do that. And so, so based upon those families who were willing and the kids who really needed it, then plans were put in place to start bringing those students back on site. And so that's when the implementation of those targeted supports, the programming to support that began.
Excellent. And I apologize for those of you in the audience, that's Dr. Tasha Dean. She's our Assistant Superintendent of Special Education and Student Services. And actually, for that matter, I apologize. My name is Jeremy Nishihara. For those of you who don't know me, I am the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Information Services. All right. We continue to expand our supervised learning groups, and again, continued to, and I think we had 2 or 3 board meeting updates through December and January. Then February, March timeframe, we went from purple, and then we were red as of March 3rd, which was yesterday. The middle school model MOU was approved actually at the first meeting in February, on February 4th. And then Santa Clara County declares vaccination for Tier 1B, which includes education. That was done on February 28th. So I just want to remind everybody that that was literally 5 days ago. So when Mike says the vaccinations started to flow, they are flowing, but it was 5 days ago. It seems like a long time ago for some reason, but. Then Bridget, excuse me, Board Member Watson, you alluded to the LPAC summative. That's kind of what's happening now, and a huge kudos to Mala and the instruction team and all the sites administrators and teachers and support staff making this happen. Because again, we are still subject or beholden to federal guidelines on assessing our English learners. And then right as soon as I would say mid-February, we started the implementation of the return in-person planning. So recall that we were already planning back December, January, and then as things kept improving and improving, we started to implement that back at the beginning of February. Continued board updates, and then that brings us up to here. Cohort 1 back, it's K1, 6th grade. There's an asterisk because again, one of the community members who spoke alluded to, again, the MOU highlights a 6th grade model that really targets students who are not accessing the virtual program, but there's an asterisk there because of the state guidelines that came out. So we'll touch on that in a second. Special education and preschool, we're considering this to be our cohort 1 back with a start date of March 18th. So a progress snapshot as of today, we have 13 sections of supervised learning groups. These are continuing to grow because this option does work for parents. The schools are doing an amazing job of outreaching and liaisoning with parents. So we have 177, and again, this goes up and down depending on how many folks are engaging. But these will continue to grow based off of staffing. We've been hiring nonstop since the beginning of the year to try to identify enough staff to fill these sections. And then our planning up to today, 16 sections of cohort 1, again, reminding you that's K1, 6 with an asterisk, special education and preschool. The count as of when I finished this about an hour and a half ago was at 249. This continues to climb. And I should say I did hear from a couple of Cumberland parents referring to K. We are working with Cumberland on that to make sure that to see the ability to spin up a kindergarten section or something to that effect, just knowing that it does require, there is, what is that called? There's this balancing board that we're saying students wanting to remain virtual, students wanting to return in person. And then if you go this way, students wanting to not change teachers because we're so late in the year. There's just a lot of balancing that we're trying to kind of keep balanced without falling off or improving your core muscles. So then moving down to the end, breaking news as of, Monday was when the governor's proposal came out with some more specific information about the returning of public schools statewide, and legislature is in the process of taking action. So our next steps are continuing implementation of our current plan. Dr. Gallagher alluded to the fact that, and I think one of the community members says at least we had a plan, right? So we're firing that and we're in the process of implementing, in which we're quite proud of, again, to where we got to this point. We're not done yet because, again, that's just the first step is actually implementation. We need to make meaning of the new legislation. We can kind of talk about that for a little bit. Middle school compliance. So this is the asterisk. Mike or Mala, do you want to say something about this at this moment, or just let me finish out here?
I guess what I would say, this isn't exactly what it's just what I'm thinking about middle school. A piece of the so the new legislation, to receive the grant money, we have to offer middle school, one grade level of middle school to all students, or make it available to all the students in that grade level. So it makes sense to try to think of that in terms of 6th grade, if we can do it. We're just exploring that, like that. We've got that started. And then there's also been some parents who've asked about 7th and 8th grade. What I would say about that is as recently as maybe just a month ago, when we had our last board meeting, when we approved our middle school plan, but certainly in the weeks before that, it seemed kind of out of the question that we would invite large numbers of older students, whether it be 6th, certainly 7th and 8th, back to schools, just because of the conditions, if you think back to the end of, in January. But now conditions have improved to where that is something that should be considered. However, we don't have those, that's the one area where we have the least preparation in terms of our plans. So that's something that we will, I think we kind of have to put first things first, right? So we're getting, kindergarten and 1st grade back. We have plans up through 5th grade. We're talking about 6th grade, potentially expanding 6th grade as best we can, and then thinking about 7th and 8th grade. We're going to see what we can do there. There aren't plans developed yet, but I would just say that we haven't given up, and as I mentioned, we're going to meet with the high school district to see if there's some opportunities there. We're concerned about 7th grade. And we're also aware that there aren't really that many weeks of school left, which works kind of in favor. And, you know, some of the instructional models, some of the instructional hybrid models are not good instructionally, not as good as virtual school. So I'm probably saying too much because we haven't really even addressed this, but it is something we're starting to think about. Again, just 1 month ago today, we approved our middle school plan, and conditions have now significantly changed to the point where there is certainly more community interest in 7th and 8th grade. And so we're listening to that. It's late in the game. We will see what we can do to at least address some of the interests.
Excellent. And then this is not lost on us. Again, we're really not looking at the end of the school year to be the end of the story. It is literally the continuation of the recovery plan. And that came pretty clear from the revisioning or returning we'll call them the RAC task force is it's kind of the beginning of the recovery period, right? So that's summer school is our first step of that. We are planning for in-person for that, but again, we are still beholden to the safety protocols that are in place. Again, when school sites or districts, I know probably right now tonight across the county are discussing returning in person, they're having to also make sure they quantify exactly what that looks like, given the fact of the safety requirements that we still are beholden to under the red tier. And then one of the, I think Selena spoke to this in the comments about our plan for the start of the 21-22 year, because again, we're not trying, we also want to continue that planning. And so we're just starting out those conversations now. But again, we would need additional guidance from the state, because if you recall, we do have the virtual school option because of then the waiver given the ed code of the bill passed at the beginning of the year. So that's kind of a snapshot and gets us to this point now. And so now I'll hand it back over to Dr. Gallagher.
Well, that's the presentation. I think, Ms. Maginot, we were going to take public comments next.
Yes, thank you, staff. All right, so we will now take public comments. If anyone from the public would like to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature now. And because of the potential large number of public comments, we'd like to see the number of people who'd like to speak before we decide the amount of time we will allot. So anyone who wants to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now, and we'll give it just a moment. And as we're waiting, just as a reminder, so our board protocol is 20 minutes per topic. So I kind of want to board check in with you guys. We'll kind of wait another minute or two to see the number of comments. We have technically already hit the 20 minutes because people spoke on it already. So we'll wait maybe another 30 seconds to see the numbers and then finalize how we'll do that and proceed in the time limits. Okay, so we'll still give another minute for people to raise their hand before we kind of cut the queue. But as it's going, we're up to 15 right now. So board, I think that we probably all are on board with extending the amount of time. But I'm thinking with the number of people, we maybe want to limit the time. So board, I would maybe say 2 minutes per person. So then hopefully we would go apply another 30 minutes of public comment. Board, is that good with you? Would someone propose something different?
think it would be difficult to give everybody just 1 minute. I'm okay with giving the current amount of speakers 2 minutes, provided that they have not already, these are people who have not yet spoken on this topic. If someone had previously spoken, they would be taking away from another voice we haven't heard. And so it's my belief that they have already shared their comments with the public, and they would not add additional value to that. Additionally, if there are thoughts and comments, we always have other opportunities for comments to be brought to the board, either through contacting the board directly, and then we also have a special comments line. And I'm forget the exact URL for that.
Are we talking about the meeting comments at scsd.org?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like board, we're 2 minutes per person, correct? We're all good with that? I think I'm seeing that.
And Sharon Akuka will be the last person to speak.
Okay.
And then, yeah, just making note of anyone who spoke previously about, but I don't know if anyone in.
Let's get started.
Okay. So yeah, Aaliyah, if you could get us started, that'd be great.
Yes, first up is Mr. O'Brien, and then Avnika Agarwal is next. DEO, if you'd like to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry, had a little issue there. Thank you for your efforts and the activity you mentioned about the 8th grade transition to high school. And I also want to thank Dr. Gallagher for his personal email to me on this subject. However, it is unacceptable to kick 7th to 8th grade down the road to, quote, what we can do, see what we can do. There is not only a few weeks left of school, there's 3 months. This is 1/3 of the school year. And the science has been clear. From the president through the CDC, all the way down to the governor, school to full K-8 can reopen. It is my responsibility before I die to do all I can to get my children the best education and life preparation I can. I'm glad to hear the teachers union is not at all an impediment to the return to in-person instruction. Though if that changes, there are hundreds to thousands of Filipino students willing to come over on visas that are willing to do the job for in-person instruction. I'll be more than glad to send you information and videos that I've researched on this. I was part of a charter school that the previous superintendent pursued with the blessing, presumably, of the school board to shut down, even though we had better test scores than the district and was more interactive with our students. That would have been a leader to the return to in-person instruction for the full K-8. Since that is no longer an option, this district needs to do your job to educate our students, which means in person, as that is the most full transfer of knowledge and life preparation to our students. Thank you very much
30 seconds.
for your time and your consideration. And again, I thank you, Dr. Gallagher, for your direct information to me.
Thank you so much. Next up is Avnika Agrawal and then Steve Gall.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk. I have 2 kids in elementary. First of all, thanks to all the teachers for doing as best as they can for the whole year that we've had remote learning. I have one of my kids is a kinder student at Cumberland. And over the last 3 weeks or so, we've been receiving mailings from the school district, from the school, that school is going to open for kinder starting the 17th of March if everything goes well. And just yesterday, we received an email stating that kinder will not be opening for Cumberland kids. It's extremely disappointing. And I was on the coffee with the principal today, and we were informed that this decision was based on the survey from November, not having enough kids to make a class. My concern with that is the data you've used to make the decision is 3 months old. Since then, vaccine has come out, family situations have changed, kids are feeling the fatigue, they need the in-person learning, and kinder, especially the youngest kids, they really need it. I feel the data that's being used is old, and worse is the lack of respect for the parents and the kids' choices. There's been no consultation at all. I mean, over the last few weeks, we've been getting information that it's going to open, and then suddenly, without any consultation, without any indication, the decision has been made that it's not going to open for kinder, who need it the most. There is no dialogue, and when I spoke with the principal today, I heard that the decision is final. They may
30
start
seconds.
some interaction, but it's just very frustrating, the lack of transparency, lack of prioritization, and your meeting agenda also reflects that. So we need to know what's going to be the plan for the fall so parents can make choices if this kind of attitude is going to continue for the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Steve Gall, then Zuzal Farah.
Yeah, I'm ready. This is Steve.
Go ahead.
So thank you for taking my comment, and hopefully I can ask a question and maybe get an answer. I'm not sure if that's possible, but I actually know Anitha. Hi, Anitha. And we're over on the other side of Sunnyvale. We have 2 kids at Lakewood. And we have, heard, and we've been a part of the listening to the board meetings for some time, because we're getting really excited about, things getting better, vaccines coming out, coming back into the red, and what that might mean. And so we've followed your timeline and fully expected that, March 17th, neither one of our boys would go back their 3rd and 5th, but if maybe, March 31st or something like that, they would. And I'm not being critical of Lakewood or their leadership, because we have had a great relationship with them. I've helped out in the classroom. I do the, barbecuing every year. We've been very involved. But they similarly sent out an email to presumably everybody that said no classes would come back, none. Not kindergarten, not 5th grade, 3rd, 4th, 1st, 2nd. So I guess I was under maybe a misunderstanding that the school board determines what the schools do. And maybe I'm mistaken in that the schools have ultimately the authority to either take your recommendations and the recommendations of the county and the state and the governor, and do something different. And maybe if you can't answer me, maybe you can take the last 30 seconds to set me straight on that. I mean, we're very disappointed. We're blown away.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
I don't know, Michelle, if you wanted to say, you'll address that later.
Yeah, I think we're marking down questions, and then they'll be addressed after we get through all the public comment.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Zuzal and then Carolina.
Hi, I wanted to talk about a process for getting input from parents being way too slow. Like, we need a better way other than a survey that can only be done once every 3 months to know the state of the parents in wanting to come back or not, because it's just like the picture will be so much different if you did the survey or just get the teachers to talk to the parents directly on ClassDojo, for example, than what you're getting. The information you have for November is way too old. And the reason why you're not able to bring more kids back to school, or at least one of them, is that you think many parents don't want their kids at school, but that might be false. So you are working with false information, possibly. And you have a direct line between teachers and students. Please use it. That's it.
Thank you. Next up is Carolina and then Nir Harith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Karolina Krasinska. I have a 5th grader and the 8th grader at the Sunnyvale schools. And I have a few questions, and I would like the board members to take time to answer them. So the major one would be, can you please explain the actual reason behind leaving 7th and 8th graders in the full remote learning mode for the remaining of the school year? In one of the past newsletters, you have stated, I quote, grade 7 and 8 will remain virtual throughout the end of the school year. This will allow for student cohorts, I assume you meant 6th graders, to remain small as well as better manage their more complicated schedules, end quote. Last week, the principal of the middle school announced that up to 30 students will be invited to return to campus. This is 30 students out of 1,200. Does this imply the school or district is not capable of accommodating in-person learning for more than 3% of their students? I understand that a large number of families opted to remain in remote learning, and you choose to put their preferences first. I would like to hear what does the board have to offer to the rest of the families, and when their needs will be addressed with an equal respect. I also assume there will be a survey about preferences for the next school year. If majority of families will opt for staying remote again, will this status quo continue for another
30
year?
seconds.
I have attended a Zoom meeting with the principal of our elementary school today. Similarly, I hear the school is not going to offer in-person instructions to students for several grades because most of the responders in the particular grade chosen to stay remote and or with the same teacher. Assuming the teachers would like to return to in-person instructions, why don't we let this small number of students back to the classroom where they would participate in an in-person class while the teacher is also present in the classroom and broadcast via Zoom to the kids in the remote settings. And on the personal note, Mr. Gallagher seems to be surprised that we might need to open middle schools now, and 1 year into remote learning, there's no plan for middle schools. I find it horrendously disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Nir Haraf, you're next, then Ella Barak.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So first, I'd like to stop and disrupt your dog and pony show and patting yourself on the shoulder about how great you are. I would like to say that we as parents feel that this board has failed us, and your main goal, which is education for our kids, was not delivered this year. What you did succeed is installing time and throwing sand in our eyes. We were getting messages that you will open schools for all grades until 6th grade. And yesterday we got a message from Cumberland that kindergarten, the most important class, is not going to open in Cumberland, right? We were counting on this. We were waiting for this. Now let me share some of my personal experience. We got 2 kids in Cumberland. They're waiting, counting the days to move to the red tier and coming back to school. There were joyful, happy kids. And this situation, spending time in Zoom each day, turned them into frustrated and angry kids with need for psychological treatment. You're not focusing on the what's most important, which is our kids. Dr. Gallagher mentioned flexibility as things are changing. Please consider that you can take kids from kindergarten at multiple schools and create classes for those kids who want to go back to school. Think outside of the box. If I would be in my job, not doing this and not delivering the most important thing, I would get fired, right? This is a special time and a special situation. So think out of the box. How can you answer the need of the kids that wants to go back to school and really get real education? Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next up is Ella Barak and then David Cohen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Ella Barak. I have 3 kids. 2 of them goes to Cumberland and 1 in SMS, 8th grade. And I wanted to talk about 8th grade. As my previous speaker said, I'm really disappointed about how you conducted this reopening for the middle schoolers, 7th and 8th grade. I'm pretty much amazed to hear what Dr. Gallagher said about a month ago not being able to imagine putting so many kids in middle school because the situation with the COVID was so bad. And I thought to myself, your main job is to try to be prepared for the day that our kids will be able to go back to school. So this is your main job. And because the situation was so bad, you couldn't imagine that the day would come that our kids can go back to school. So you sat and you thought about what can you do with other kids. You had a year to try to think how you can bring our kids to school, and you couldn't imagine the day that they will be able to come back. And it's so disappointing. My child is in 8th grade, and he's waiting for the day that he can see his friends and his teacher in school. And he will not have this opportunity because you said you're not going to reopen it at all. And it's really disappointing. It was your main job. Think ahead and be prepared. And it's really disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is David Cohen, who did already speak, and then Mitchell Hyenga.
Yes, hi, everybody. I'll be brief. First, Dr. Gallagher, I appreciate your comments. I really do, on things like, clearing up any myths that the teachers union is against opening or we're waiting for vaccines. I appreciate your forthrightness on that. And that backs my own independent research too. But I want to go back and as other parents have said, we simply cannot just write off the 7th and 8th graders. That's too important. I don't want to write off any grade, but I don't want to write off the 7th and 8th graders. There really needs to be a plan to get them back to school soon. I also heard it mentioned that, there's not that many weeks left in school. Well, the way I count it is we just started March. We have March, April, May, half of June. That's more than a quarter in business terms. And it's well worth putting forth the effort to get kids back in school this year. And then, yes, you'll be very well prepared. We'll work out the bugs for summer school and be ready to hit the ground running, hopefully for everybody in the fall. So, please really rethink the plan for 7th and 8th graders and come up with a plan very quickly to get them back in school. It's well worth doing it for the remaining months that we have here in the calendar. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nancy, did you want to say something?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify, if people have already commented, are we letting them comment a second time?
I thought we said no, but now apparently we said yes. So
I think we're in a little bit of a tricky spot because then David did, right? So maybe those who've already spoken will get 30 seconds since David spoke.
a minute. I think we should just give, if they've already spoken, they have more to say. Now we're in the thing where we needed to give them a minute.
Okay. Does that go with everyone? We'll give them 1 minute for if they have any quick follow-up.
I would invite them to add something different than if you have something more to say that you had not already said or has not already been said, to do that. Not
Yes.
that I need to hear you, but I want something that is going to further the discussion on our part.
If there's a follow-up question or thought from this stuff, thank you for that reminder. All right. Thank you, Ilya. Please continue.
Okay, next up is Mitchell Hyenga and then Karen Boyman.
Hi, my name is Mitchell Henge. My daughter will be a potentially incoming kindergarten at Cumberland Elementary School next year. And my question is, why is the school district, it seems, singularly reliant on state guidance for their plans and actions and seemingly trying to do the bare minimum required as by the state? Whereas other districts such as Palo Alto, Los Gatos has taken the initiative upon themselves and worked through and done what they need to actually get their schools functional and working. It seems to be we're effectively planning for failure. We're not planning for successes and the return to next fall, have the plans in place for how we are properly fully opening, 5 days a week in person. And then we know how to shut down our schools. My question is fundamentally, why are we so over reliant and seemingly, learned helplessness of, upon the state? Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mitchell. Next up is Karen and then Uri.
Excuse me, have we identified who the last speaker is?
Sharon Okuka is the last speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, this is for 1 minute. Is that correct?
Correct. Karen, you have 1 minute. If you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I want to comment on something that Mr. Gallagher just talked about, and one of the phrases that was used was, "We are late in the game" in terms of reopening for middle schoolers. So there is no such thing as late in the game. When our kids are suffering day in, day out, we see them. You guys don't see them, but we see them suffering and becoming more violent every day. There is no such thing as late in the game. And again, I want to talk about Palo Alto, Los Altos, Los Gatos, other districts. Their schedules, the students' middle school schedules are not less complicated. They don't have less students, but they have leadership. And that is what's lacking here. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next up is Uri and then Jenny.
I talked before, so I'll be brief. I just wanted to ask two questions. First, why are we waiting 2 weeks? I understand also that the state has waived that 2 weeks now. So what's taking us 2 weeks from red tier to starting the opening? And the second thing I wanted to say is, people mentioned before that the data you're relying on is from November, is old. I would add on top of that, that you should ask the right questions. I think that if you asked parents, about the alternative of reopening full time, for example, I'm sure that you'll get much more positive reactions to go in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jenny and then Look, L-O-O-K.
Hello. Restaurants, hairdressers, and every single retail shop had been working tirelessly to be ready. So as soon as the government says you're ready to go, they're ready to go. You know why? Because they don't want to keep on losing money. But you guys are acting like you are not losing anything. Your jobs, the simple job title that you have, is there because of our children, because their teachers, because the community that you are representing. You are not losing anything. Many parents are losing sleep. Their children are losing their appetite. They're having eating disorders. Isabel, I find it really, really disrespectful, the smirk that you have in your mouth, and that when people are talking, you're enjoying your cup of tea. You know what? I have friends whose kids had attempted to commit suicide. I work in a hospital, and I know for a fact how many children have been taken in an emergency because they are suffering from anxiety. I don't know what you guys are doing, but you should have been ready, and you should keep every single child in the schools. Otherwise, the pandemic is not going to be COVID. It's going to be a pandemic of suicides, of children being crazy and being absolutely desperate because you are not doing your job. You, each one of you, should have a kid in the school, so you are worthy of having the seat where you're sitting down now. Now you can smile, Isabel, and now you can keep on having your hot cup of coffee.
Thank you, Jenny. Next up is Look, and then the last speaker is Sharon Akuka.
Good evening. My name is Ken Look. My son
is at San Miguel Juntos program as a kindergartner. Obviously, none of us have thought that this was going to happen. And I think we do have a lot of frustrated parents, and we also don't have the right answer. But I also think just in general, we're forgetting why we're sending our kids to school. As much as if we're all about the academic grades, then all of us would try and send our kids to private schools or somewhere where they can get the one-on-one attention. But for including myself, not everybody has those funds. But the biggest thing to put them into a society is for them to learn how to operate in a society. Nothing's perfect. No one's perfect. But we want our kids to see us struggle. We want to have our kids be exposed to hardship because they are going to go through hardship on their own later on. They need to know how to build resilience. They need to know what it is when someone tries to kick you in the mouth. You need to know either how to block it, or you need to how to avoid it, or you need to just run through it. Whatever steps you do take, being in a social context where you're with your peers and you learn from it, kids need that interaction. I do advocate for students to be together, whether it's in a school premise or outdoors. If we're talking about teaching and learning, it's not all done in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last up is Sharon Akuka.
Hi, I have two kids in Sunnyvale School District. One is in Cumberland, second grade, and one in Sunnyvale Middle School, the sixth grade. I wanted to reflect the parents' expectation to understand what are the clear and measurable criteria that will determine if schools are going to open for a full-time in-person next year, not a hybrid program, but rather full-time. If the decision will be based on the district discretion only, as it feels it is now, I think we need to understand it in advance in order to make our own decisions. Right now, it sounds like the district is still not ready with clear and measurable criteria, though you have all the information you need in order to make the decisions for next year. We're not going to have any additional information or data that will be added. We already know about the vaccines. We know that the teachers are going to be eligible and are already getting the vaccines. And we already have examples for schools that are open for in-person. So the data is out there. There's not going to be any additional data that will be added. And therefore, there is an expectation for the district to already communicate a clear and final decision about next year. So I'll be very interested in hearing your input about it. And if and when we're going to understand how you guys are going to determine what's going to happen next year. And if you still don't have a decision, then what are we waiting for? When will you guys have a decision and based on what?
Thank you, Sharon. And thank you everyone for your questions and comments.
Thank you, Aaliyah, for your help with that. And just as a reminder, if there's anyone who wasn't able to share, or if you have additional questions or comments, I believe Aaliyah put it in the chat earlier. Maybe Aaliyah, if you could put it in again, the meeting comments at scSD.org. And then I'm thinking, unless someone has another idea, I'm thinking maybe Mike, why don't I turn it over to you with kind of like we're making some notes as people were talking, and then you can maybe kind of share some thoughts or direct some to staff. And then I think each of us board members probably has our own questions, but then also questions that maybe came up through people's comments. And my guess, some of our questions also are some of the, beforehand were some of those questions as well. Does that work if we kind of do it like that? Board, nod your head, yes or no? Okay.
Can I just say, I just want to say that, I do appreciate that people are having very strong feelings. And I do hear that. But I just wanted to say that, like, I think this may have been the first board meeting I've been in where there's been a personal attack on a board member it's very, when my heart goes out to the family that's experiencing the anger and the frustration, but I also, just want to say to Isabel that I'm sorry that that just happened. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Bridget. I appreciate that. Okay, Mike, I'll turn over to you, and then if you direct, I don't think you might be asking your staff for questions or.
Yeah, and I probably didn't capture everything, so feel free to ask me questions if you caught them as well.
Yeah.
Just a couple of them that I wrote down. There was a question about the 2-week wait, like why we wait 2 weeks. There's a couple reasons for that. One reason is the need to reconfigure classes, and also to go through the process that we're going through right now. So obviously we did the survey some time ago, and that's a matter of contention or that's challenging. If we were to have just today changed the classes, that would make it very, very difficult. So the 2 weeks partly gives us a little bit of buffer to be able to enact the changes, see what differences there are in opinions about wanting to go back or not go back from before, and to adjust. And so we intend to use that time to be able to make some adjustments. I think Mr. Nishihara mentioned that we're working on a plan for kindergarten at Cumberland, for example, based on parent input now. So I'm very hopeful that that will happen. The other piece is teachers need to get their new class rosters and set up their classrooms that way. They need to move from the virtual environment to the in-person environment, learn a new way of teaching again, because our model has them teaching in person for several days, also providing asynchronous assignments, and then also on Wednesdays teaching virtually. So that's a new flex. So that's part of the challenge for the 2 weeks. So hopefully we'll be able to use that 2 weeks well and roll out. And then the question might have also been getting at why the 2 weeks between kindergarten and first grade and then the other grades. If that's the intent, the purpose for that is to test the safety protocols. I think that's really, really important to make sure as we invite kids back on campus that we're doing so in an orderly way, in a safe way. There's a question about next year and full in person. There was a couple of questions about that. I will say again, to the extent that the state allows us to be fully in person, I think that would be our intent. The challenges to it, there were some questions about that. The challenges to fully in person, in fact, I don't think I could be wrong. There aren't many districts that are doing that just because of the distance that you have to have between students. They started out saying that there had to be 6 feet, and then they said it could be as few as 4 feet, but somewhere between 6 and that's actually pretty unclear, the regulations from the state on that. But we just frankly can't fit that many students into a classroom. We can't fit 24 students, let alone 32 or 35 even at some of the middle school classes. So that's why we can't be fully in person, all the kids at the same time. So also about middle school, I really appreciate the questions about that and the concern about that. And I know I probably didn't say it the right way, and I probably won't say it the right way now, but it just is recently, as I would say a month ago, there were not any schools in our county in secondary with single subject classes that were in person. Los Altos was starting to, Palo Alto wasn't, but they're just, and part of that is just the complexity of schedules. The trade-off there is the schools that are starting to consider it are starting to consider having cameras on students. So camera on the teacher, so that the students, half the students that are at home, or the students who just don't, their families don't feel comfortable sending them to school, are learning from home. And then the teacher is teaching live in the classroom. Well, that is not fantastic pedagogy. That's not fantastic teaching, because the teacher in the room is then not giving their best to the students in the room. And they're also clearly not doing as well by the students who are online as they would be if it was virtual school. However, as we get to the end of the year, I think I think some school districts are making the decision like, well, maybe that's a fair trade-off closer to the end of the year, because what's more important is the social emotional needs of kids. So there aren't really strong instructional options at middle school. And now as conditions are getting better, and now that we know more about them, all those different things, which is why some districts are starting to consider at high school and even at the middle school level going back. There was a comment that I made about the number of weeks that are left, and I apologize for that. You know, if we were to start, and we start thinking about it now, we won't be able to implement a plan until we're done thinking about it, and then do the planning and then implement it. So I know people will be frustrated with that answer because they'll say that you should have been thinking about it earlier. That's fair. But that's the reality of where we are right now. It's going to take a little bit of time, whatever we are to come up with. If we're to come up with something for middle school, it'll take some time to implement it. We can't do it tomorrow or the next week. It'll take a little bit of time. Those were some of the main ones I have. If there were other ones, feel free to ask
Mike,
me.
I just have a quick kind of follow-up, just specific for that, for the 7th and 8th. Is it possible, maybe we're already thinking about this, like as we are looking at options for 7th and 8th grade, but would it be possible maybe to survey the 7th and 8th grade families to find out what percentage, because I think that there is something to, more people might be feeling more comfortable, especially like in a month or two from now. So that might be something that might be worth
Yeah, I
doing.
think, what we found, what I think makes sense is before you survey parents, to present them with a model. So we have examples of school districts that have said, are you comfortable coming back to school, without describing the model? And so parents are left thinking like, well, coming back to what? Because no district is talking about coming back to the way it was March 13th a year ago. So yes, I think if and when we get to the point where we can come up with a model, then it would make sense to find out from parents, who's comfortable with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, thanks. Board, is there other questions or comments that you have?
I had two. One was about the Lakewood thing. I think I had a question about that before, and I think, Mike, you had sort of talked about how when the numbers don't add up to enough for a classroom or something, that sometimes you could do combos and sometimes you could, but you didn't really want to move children to another school, even if it was just temporary for the last of the year. And then you said, well, maybe we were looking at that. Is that what you're thinking of? Or are you thinking of opening it up more at Cumberland? Are you thinking of opening, what's sort of the plan around that right now?
So at Cumberland, the principal, Ms. Carlson, is looking at the numbers again, looking at the kids and their interests, going back into the surveys and seeing if she can come up with a match that makes sense, that doesn't unduly affect, like tons of kids changing teachers, right? So there may be some opportunities there. Jeremy, you're nodding like me. I don't know if you have any more information about that or.
Yeah, so we had planning conversations. We're continuing that nonstop with every site, and we, Mary Beth and myself, kind of go through alphabetically, Bishop through Vargas and back again on those grade levels. So we did have a great conversation with Lori today, a couple of options. And then I guess one of the speakers, kind of said thinking outside the box. I think we're also trying to take a look at ways to accomplish other needs, like SEL needs, in addition to the MOU, like I'm just saying within our instructional model as well. And so I think that's the planning time that we're also using at this moment as well, because all the variables keep shifting constantly. So the bottom line is, yeah, so I think we're really interrogating again the kindergarten option at Cumberland. And then there was a speaker about Lakewood. Lakewood does have a kindergarten section coming back. And then, the school sites are doing constant outreach. And so, I think the plan for the moment was supervised learning groups to address other needs. But again, we keep having those conversations.
Yeah,
But
so
yes,
Lakewood, is that what is that true what he was saying? Because I
No,
that's
so
the
yeah,
first I had heard, that there was
Yeah.
nobody coming back at Lakewood.
No, so that was not true. Lakewood Kindergarten has their K section in person coming back, and then the other grade levels we are also looking at as we kind of plan for the other parts. So
But right now they're all supervised learning groups.
no, there is a K section coming back from Lakewood on the 18th, and then in kindergarten, first grade is being addressed with the in-person requests for being addressed for full day supervised learning group. So, but again, we're constantly reviewing that as some of those numbers shift.
Sure.
Again, trying to move us forward, but and not lock us up in trying to like resurvey again 12 weeks from the end of the year. So.
Mhm.
And if I can just jump in too, because a couple of parents mentioned, and then in emails to me as well, the idea of, oh, can I go to another school? And I guess the answer to that is that's possible. We'd like to avoid that for the benefit of the family. I think most families don't want to have to change schools. If we can accommodate their needs at their current school, that would be our goal. So if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to, I guess I'm saying I don't want to give up that easily.
Jeff, did you have a tag on to this?
Yeah, I was just wondering about the Lakewood, because I remember the speaker was talking about how he was received written notice that there was no school or no kinder being offered. Is it possible for?
He said any grade level. I think that's.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's kinder specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, I've taken copious notes, so we'll be following up with some of these questions and clarifying, because I know communication also is going to be part of why the 2-week time period as well.
So I guess my question was, though, would it have been possible if a parent wanted that received saying, we have a class available, but you didn't make the cut, kind of thing?
I don't know. I just know the school sites are doing the outreach, and so we're going to follow up with Lakewood immediately, or tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Jeremy, for making note and following up with that. Appreciate that. Bridget, did you have another thing on something else, or should we go to someone else?
I just wanted to ask, just as one more thing, how many regular board meetings have we had since December? Like, we've had, like, not the special board meetings, but we've had 4?
2 or 3 in January, and then the first one in February.
We've had 4, so this is 3 board meetings where someone said something pretty abusive to Isabel. So I just want to, aside from the frustration that's in the room, I just want to also say that, we probably need to, maybe we could set ground rules or something in the future and think about why that's happening and stuff. So I think we're on, that's number 3.
Yeah, thanks for saying that, Bridget.
Yes, thank you. Okay, other questions?
So in the Friday update, can we get the numbers of what's happening at each school site as we're moving forward? I know it's been a work in progress. I also want to let the public know that this has been a really dynamic situation, and some of our decisions are in our locus of control and others are not. And I was in a meeting today of other board members throughout the county, and it's very challenging for boards to be responsive to their own communities when they're compared with different communities. And I appreciate that people are seeking options and trying to understand, but there's not all the buildings are configured the same way. Not all the programs that they're delivering are going to be in the same way. So it's very difficult when you're giving exemplars to make direct comparisons about how individual boards and communities are trying to address the situation. I appreciate that it's been challenging and difficult during these past several months. Certainly from November up until just recently, it's felt oppressive because of the restrictions and the not being able to connect. I think that just kind of ramped up everybody's feelings and emotions, and that we're all a little bit frustrated. But I would invite a conversation about being civil in our conversations, and not have personal attacks about board members. You can talk about behaviors as far as what the district as a whole has done or not done. But I think that it's always good to remind people about process and procedure, and being giving a little bit more structure to how you can respectfully give feedback and input. And I would like to echo that is an area that we might be able to do a little bit better about clarity of when one can speak and how one can share their opinions into the matter at hand, whatever topic it is, and it's challenging that we can't meet everyone's individual needs, but we're trying the best as a whole to try and address bigger issues. And I think we are flexible. And I'd like to explore more about what the state is saying now about guidelines. It's as a trustee, it's really frustrating that our guidelines are being given out in the public in a real-time sense, that we don't even have the opportunity to absorb and take input in and process it to make sense of what works for us as a district and a group. So I understand that people feel like we're behind the curve, but we're right here, right now, responding to real time and real conditions. So this COVID time has had a different time frame, and I appreciate planning for what can happen, but understanding that every plan that you make, the effort that you put into it may get totally erased in a moment. So it's that balance and learning to live with some uncertainties, but know that moving forward, we want to have children back in school, back in context of learning communities, and being as whole as we can be, given the physical constraints of our buildings, and being mindful of the different layers that we have of safety, because we also heard that safety was an overdriving value that the community had. And so we're coming from, equity, we're coming from safety, we're coming from capacity to serve all these different layers. And it's a challenge. It's a real challenge.
Thanks, Nancy. Jeff?
Yeah, I actually really do appreciate working with Sunnyvale. I lived in this community most of my life. And I think our district's always been pretty blessed with professionals who are, you can trust to listen And I hear the, I wouldn't even classify it as disappointment, just the outright rage. And I know it comes from a very concerned and loving place, even if it comes out in an angry manner. I hear the concern about the massive anxiety and mental health issues among our students. And I would ask that if parents are being affected by that at home or their children, they reach out to the same professionals to seek out organizations to help, because you're not alone. I mean, I'm not going to go into too much personal detail in my own family, but we struggle with that. I have a middle schooler at home. I want to send her back. There's a social element it's just so important for the teenage years. I think ultimately, I really do appreciate people expressing themselves.
Mhm.
And the reason why I think my main point to what I want to say is, this is not going to be over in a year. And what I'm saying is not necessarily, I want to come back next school year, but I also want to make sure we do it in a safe manner. Because if you recall, from the moment this started, at any given point, it was unknown to unknown. And there were times at any point in that time where the option to bring people back, the consequences of that could be, death. And that's not something we want to take lightly. But what I'm saying is, what I really want people to carry away is, our students will continue to need support. This has been a crisis nationally, but in our local community, we need to be aware of what our students need. Academically, social, emotional, identifying learning disabilities. If you feel like your local school professionals are not hearing you, take it to the next level. You can even bring it to the board members. This is not something that should stop. As far as schools reopening, once that decision was made to close them, it is difficult to reopen, especially with the safety standards that we have. I've heard a lot of people compare us to private schools. One of the reasons why I love public schools is because we accept everyone. We don't have the right to refuse service. We don't have the right to limit capacity. There are some things that we cannot do as quickly as if we had those abilities to restrict the amount of population we have in our schools, or to say no to a particular individual. But like I said, ultimately, we're in this together. And again, I do appreciate it, even if you're angry, express that anger, but communicate, tell us what the issue is, so give us an opportunity to help. But I would ask, I mean, you're right, according to the First Amendment, is you have the right to say anything you want, but we can't remain civil. I mean, I was drinking all that time as well, but I wasn't targeted.
Do you have more, Jeff?
No, it's,
Okay.
sorry, I thought the period at the end of the sentence was good enough there.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure. Thank you, Jeff. So I just had a couple hopefully quick thoughts. So one, I first want to start off by thanking staff. I appreciate all the work that you have done, right? This is, I'm reflecting a lot tonight, so we're talking back to like April and May and June, and the raw feelings and just everyone working hard and crazy. And while it's not brand new now, there's still this, right? We're gearing up for another change now, right? And so there's a lot more work and stuff going into it. So I just appreciate all the staff, district staff, but then all the staff at all the sites. And as Wendy said, all the teachers, right? I appreciate all you guys are doing, and I appreciate the flexibility, right? Not that we can't meet everyone's need exactly, but we are being flexible to try to do as much as we can. And if we can't meet it exactly, okay, well, what can we do, right, to support? So I really appreciate, and I know that it's still these people frustrated sometimes, but I just appreciate all of that from staff. And I also understand, like, it's a tricky balance, right? We have a tricky balance that we're trying to accomplish with all these various needs. So kind of echoing what some of the other board members said, I appreciate those, like, coming and sharing your concerns and sharing the things that are hard for you. And while we don't have the same experience as you do by any means, most of us do have students in this district. And so again, not that we're experiencing the same things as you, but we have similar experiences. I have a 2nd grader and a 5th grader and an 8th grader in our district. While we have been blessed with no serious concerns, there have been tears by the children and by me throughout this year. So I understand the difficulties and the anxiety to some extent. As I said, I haven't experienced some of the harder, real things. And as people were talking about some of those harder, real things, it reminded me when this all happened almost a year ago, and the day the schools closed, my very first concern was the students that this is a disaster for, right? The students who, right, like, this is not going to work for. And that's been in the back of my head this whole time. And every time, I mean, even now, a year later, right, every time I think about that, it brings me to tears, because I feel that weight. I feel that, and I think the whole board feels that, right? This is a board who feels the weight of the 6,000 plus students in our district. And it's even harder now to meet all those needs, because the needs are so different at this time, I think, more than other times. And then my last thought, I think, again, is echoing others, is, and it's interesting, I had kind of in my personal world experience recently about having hard conversations about something else. And we were talking about that idea of, we can disagree on policies, we can disagree on how to do it, but that idea that we need to come together still in unity, right? So unity doesn't mean you have to agree on the solutions, but that idea of coming to that unity, that root, right? So for that, it was, for that specific thing, it was something else. But for this, the unity we should come together in is, we all care about the students, right? We all want to meet the students' best needs. And where it's different is the policies, right? And so remembering that, right? So we don't need to, even when we're angry, right? Let's model for our students, talking about the policies and the policies that we maybe don't agree with, or the way it's happening, but doing it in a way where there still can be unity and respect. And that is all of my thoughts. Board, are we good if we move on to the next agenda? We'll probably take a break.
Yeah.
Let's take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, we will be on item 7. I don't have the agenda right in front of me, but it's the substitute presentation. And again, reminder, if there are more questions or concerns, one, we encourage you to reach out to your school sites. And then, as Jeff said, right, you can reach out to us as well. And with that, we will take our 5-minute recess. So we will come back at 9:47. All right, looks like we are ready to continue. So we are on to item 7A, the substitute recruitment and development update. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy, I believe.
Correct. Good evening, board and members of the public. Today, we're going to talk about substitutes and recruitment and development. This is a key component of kind of our instructional program as well. We've touched on this topic every year, and it's kind of a important topic. And I keep overusing that one statistic that was shared with us a little over a year and a half ago, where in their TK through 12th grade career, a student on average will have had a substitute teacher for 1 year of that academic career. So it is a vital part of our instructional program. So our ultimate goal is not just a person in front of the room. It's high quality instruction for 181 days of the Sunnyvale School District calendar. This has taken new meaning this year as well of the pandemics, as our substitutes had to adjust as well to a virtual school setting. And in addition, we are looking forward to the recovery and implementation for next year, when we are returning in person with safety protocols, whatever safety protocols in place, or other mandates put onto us by the county or state. So our substitutes is a very important force that we wanted to kind of make sure we're not leaving behind, developing, moving forward. So I want to give a huge shout out to Eileen Conway, our staff secretary and human resources. She really does kind of keep tabs on that substitute group, really cares for them, is an advocate for them, as well as Mary Beth Allman, who has brought a strong instructional focus to developing this workforce. So we've covered this slide in the past because substitute teachers, it's not just one thing that facilitates the use of substitutes. So it is compensation, it's also outreach, our usage, and then the development of them as professionals. So that's kind of the lens that we want to look at, in the sense that they've had to quickly pivot this year in the virtual setting, as well as we make plans for development into the future. So I'm going to hand it over to Mary Beth Allman to give you all the lovely details.
All right, thank you. So we just wanted to start out by giving you just a few statistics about our substitute pool, starting with how many subs we have. And we currently have 124 certificated substitutes and 44 classified substitutes. And these are all active substitutes, meaning that they've accepted a job within the last year and a half with us. As you may predict, our substitute needs have decreased significantly this year. So the blue bars showed last year's sub usage, and red is this year's. So reduced by 61%, and that's primarily due to the virtual setting, and for the fact that there are, in addition, fewer PD release days, because PD, professional development, is actually built into the virtual schedule. And again, just some statistics around why our substitutes, or why we have substitutes, the substitute reason codes, just about 50% is due to maternity leaves. And then the next largest are medical, dental, personal necessity, and illness. So moving into the main point of the presentation tonight is just how do we recruit quality substitutes, and then how do we retain and develop our substitutes. So focusing on compensation and outreach, we're already competitive in our in the compensation that we offer our substitutes. But one of the things we did this year was to add incentives for attending professional development. So we did provide some hourly pay for some of our one-time sessions that we offered in the fall. And then we actually offered a pay rate increase, just temporary for this year, for those substitutes who attended our Community of Practice series, both to incentivize our substitutes for participating in our professional development, but also to reward them for taking that next step in their professional growth. We also expanded our outreach in addition to EdJoin, and we added some job search sites, reached out to local universities, parent organizations, and sent out flyers through Peach Jar, just to expand our reach for potential substitutes. Once we get these substitutes in, our goal is to make sure that they want to stay with us. And so retention is a focus. And we've really partnered with Substantial, which is the group, I don't know if you remember this, but they They're the group that actually started Playworks, and now they're looking to redesign the substitute experience. So we've been a partner with them. And one of the products that we use from them is something called Subplans, and we expanded that to 5 schools this year. And what Subplans is it's a template for the subs to use that the teachers create or the teachers use. And how that helps with retention is it provides a consistent format for substitutes. So if you can imagine a substitute going to different classes, different teachers, every teacher has a different format for their plans. Every teacher includes some information, but maybe forgets other information. This has been a huge boost for our substitutes who are at these 5 schools, because with these plans, they know that key information is going to be included, everything from general school information that they're prompted to provide, like where are the restrooms, who do I call if I have questions, and those kinds of things, to classroom specific information and student specific information that will help them have a good day in the classroom. So that's something that has helped them feel valued and feel like they have been set up for success in our classrooms. It's easy for teachers to use. It was great during the virtual setting too, because it was all online, and it actually comes with a lot of additional links to resources that they provide for substitutes, for strategies, tools that they can use in the classroom. But another feature of this is it does allow substitutes to provide feedback to the teacher and the principal and to Substantial, so that we can revise what we do and how we can serve subs. So I know I used this last year when I was a principal at Columbia. I appreciated the feedback that I would get from substitutes, and it did help inform how we served them. And you can see they're publishing a book in April about this experience. But the part that we've been focusing a lot on this year that's new is on professional development for our substitutes. And our stats, just to give you a little peek into sub usage. So this year, between August and January, students have spent about 1,400 days with a substitute teacher. And last year, it was about 7,200 days with a substitute teacher. So that's a lot of time spent with these substitutes. On average, in the US, about $18,000 is spent per teacher, regular teacher, on professional development. But about 47% of districts offer no professional development to substitutes. And those that do offer professional development, it's usually for things like what to do when they come into the school. It's not about instruction. And so what we really wanted to do this year is invest into our substitutes, given the amount of time that they spend in our classrooms with our students. And so in partnership with Substantial, we've offered a series of professional development for our substitute teachers. So here's a sample of our offerings. So in the fall, we offered something to help them get up and running in the virtual classroom. So this is actually something that our own teachers provided. So I want to give a shout out to Melissa Mack and Becky Kim, who provided these sessions for our substitutes on how to navigate the virtual classroom so that they could know how to use Zoom and navigate chat and all of that, just the basics that would help them get started in this environment. And you can see the number of attendees in the column next to it. And then we also had, in partnership with Substantial, a community of practice series, and that was 4 sessions, and the subs who attended all 4 sessions, and they had different topics for each session. It could be classroom management. They did one on instruction in the in-person environment, but also instruction in a virtual environment, how to build community in a classroom. But it really provided an opportunity for substitutes to present problems of practice and provide feedback to each other, in addition to learning from the presenters in this series. We had some subs who reached out and said, I took the virtual basics class, but I'm still a little hesitant to sub in the virtual setting because I feel like I need more practice. So in January, we offered a virtual tools sandbox. And again, this was Becky Kim and Melissa Mack, who offered the opportunity for those substitutes to work with them and to practice being a host on Zoom and using breakout rooms and all those tools that we might use. And they also requested to see a virtual classroom in action. So Becky and Melissa opened their classrooms up to our substitutes so that they could see what a virtual classroom looked like, so that they could feel more confident taking on virtual substitute jobs. We just started a PLC, professional learning community, for the community of practice alumni. So those 31 teachers, substitute teachers that were participated in the fall were invited back for a continued PLC that just meets once a month to discuss problems of practice and share strategies and ideas. So we have 13 teachers that are participating in that. And then we just sent out registration today for a webinar series where there's one a la carte webinar per month from everything from trauma-informed instruction, executive functioning, play in the classroom that our substitute teachers can take part in. Next year, we know we'll also be adding a new substitute onboarding professional development. So then when we do sign subs on, they receive some initial professional development that incorporates some of these strategies that have been presented in these classrooms. So there's a couple impacts from these. Again, our goal is to make sure we have quality instruction in the classroom every single day. And so that was our intent, but we had some impacts that we didn't expect. So the first one we did expect, which was that the impact it had on the substitutes is they feel like they're way more prepared for both virtual and in person. So they were focusing on both this year. So I wish I'd taken this before I started substitute teaching. I've added strategies to my bag of tricks. So that is something that we had predicted would be a result of this. And that was the intent of providing this for our substitutes. An impact, if you go to the next slide, that we weren't predicting, but we're really glad is happening is the connections, and that they feel connected to other substitutes and they feel as though they have a community. Our substitutes are often isolated because they're spending a day or two at different school sites and they don't necessarily have a community. So through these professional developments, they've created connections with each other. They have a community and they learn from each other. So we do have new subs reaching out to experienced subs, asking for advice and support. So that's a wonderful impact that we hadn't initially predicted. So our next steps, we do have a pool of substitute teachers and classified staff who are ready to return in person. So we're preparing our substitutes for that so that we do have substitutes for our in-person teachers. And then also just developing metrics to measure the impact of the investment that we are making. So looking for substitute feedback, designing a way to gain teacher feedback, and then looking at our retention rate for substitutes so that we can measure our investment. And that is all.
So again, just want to recognize, this is one of the initiatives that has been going on this year. It's again, another pivot we had to make when we spun up virtual school is to make sure that we have the ability to be able to put a qualified substitute teacher in that room to make the continuum of learning can happen as best as possible. So thank you, Mary Beth, for that great presentation. And we can open it up to questions, Michelle, President Maginot.
You can call me Michelle, that's fine.
Michelle.
Thank you, Jeremy and Mary Beth. If there is anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. All right, I'm not seeing any. Board, is there any questions or comments? Bridget?
Yeah, I just was wondering if we were going to open it up to the other schools or like what the plan is. It seems like a really great program. And is there plans to expand to other schools next year?
Oh, good question. And that was maybe a little misleading. The sub-plans, that template that's only at the 5 schools. So yes, that is the plan. I think this was just a year where they weren't wanting to take on too many new things at the beginning of the year, but the plan is to expand. But the substitute professional development was offered to all of our substitutes, just to make that clear too.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It looks great. I substitute taught before I got my credential, and I really thought, something like this would be really great. And it is nice that they're getting a community where they can meet each other, and they're all kind of going through similar experiences. And it probably is, if it was daunting for teachers who do it every day, I can imagine just stepping in for a day, it would be really, really scary. So I think it's great that you had that support this year for all of them.
And I think a key to retention is feeling valued, and this is a way to feel valued, is creating professional development that's tailored to substitutes.
So I have a question. You talked about teacher feedback as being a metric. Are you already getting some feedback, but it's a matter of trying to standardize?
Exactly. So we're getting feedback, informal feedback. So we want to determine a way where we can formalize and standardize the feedback.
Okay. And do the substitutes appreciate the feedback that they do receive for giving an opportunity for improvement suggestions and
the feedback they receive from the teachers?
Yes.
Yeah, I think what this has helped is that now they know where to go to get support for that. So if I'm receiving feedback from a teacher that there needs to be more structure in the classroom or something along those lines, now they've got the classroom management module that they can attend, and that's something that Substantial will be putting online for all of our substitutes. Will have an opportunity to view that if they weren't able to attend the session. So I think that's the link between giving feedback and then providing that opportunity for growth instead of just the feedback.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Board, is there any other questions or comments?
Michelle, I had a couple of quick.
Yeah.
Comments. First of all, I'm just super proud. We started some of this work before, but first of all, Eileen Conway, if you don't know her, you should. She's just amazing. She's our substitute coordinator and she just loves it. Mary Beth said all this, but I want to underline it. She cares about the substitutes. She cares about the kids. Her kids went through Sunnyvale School District. She lives in the community. She worked as a substitute in the front offices, so she knows what it's like to be in the front office. So she's perfect, and she loves her job. And Mary Beth has taken the work that we've been doing with substitutes, and I can't emphasize this enough. It seems you have to read the book. Remember, I was so excited about the book last meeting. That's the book that was in the slide. Most people think that substitute teaching you don't even think about it, right? You think it isn't something that you can make a difference in, but the more you work on it, you really can. And I just am really proud of Mary Beth, and she's taken this to a whole nother level to really improve the quality of instruction for our kids. 1 year of their school and their school career, and then also retaining and valuing our employees who are substitute teachers. We need to think of them as our employees. Okay, so I'll stop. But as you can tell, I am really excited about this.
Thanks, Mike. So board, was there any other questions or comments? Okay, I don't have any questions. Just thank you for the updates. Thank you for what you're doing. I like remembering that idea, right? And what Mike just reiterated again too, that how much time each student is spending, and then also just those hours, right? Because you think about one classroom is not just one kid, but it's 20 or 30 students. So and then just generally, I appreciate this, just showing the example of the idea that we value PD for everyone in our district, right? Just as, in a way, school is PD for kids, right? And we have this growth mindset. So I just love seeing it spreading in all the ways it can. So thank you guys for your work. We really appreciate it. Okay, we are now on to review and action. So the first one is 9A, approval of the 2020-2021 second interim fiscal solvency report. And Lori.
Thank you very much. So I'm here tonight to present our second interim budget for your approval. I'll run through our major revenue assumptions here. Property tax is expected to increase 7.7% over 1920, which is approximately $5.7 million. Our LCFF state aid remains flat at the 1213 level of $2.9 million. Our education protection account is at $1.28 million. Parcel tax revenue is projected at $1 million. Our one-time CARES Act funding, which is part of the governor's coronavirus relief package, is projected at 4.46 million, and this is funding to be used for additional support for student technology, social emotional supports, and learning loss support related to the pandemic. Based on the school services dartboard for financial projections, our special education budget's projected with a 3.84% COLA. This is approximately a $693,000 increase over 1920. Our federal categorical revenue, which includes special education IDEA, is projected at the 1920 level and assumes the same number of qualifying students. Our restricted and unrestricted lottery is projected for a combined total of $199 per ADA, which is approximately $1.3 million. According to the P1 estimate from the county, our RDA revenue is projected at $3 million, and finally, our lease revenue is budgeted at $5.5 million. So as a community funded district, property taxes and state aid are the largest portion of our revenue budget at $91.6 million, which is 79.82% of the budget. Parcel tax and EPA is projected at $2.4 million, which is a little over 2% of our budget. Our lease revenue, as I said, is $5.5 million, which is 4.8% of the budget. Our CARES Act revenue, which is one-time funding, is $4.5 million, which is 3.89% of the budget. Our federal revenue is projected at $2.2 million, which is 1.94% of the budget. Our state revenue is projected at $6.5 million, which is 5.68% of the budget. And finally, our local revenue is projected at $2 million, which is 1.82% of the budget, for a total revenue budget of $114.7 million. These are a few of the major expenditure assumptions built into the second interim budget. Our certificated FTE is projected at 410.8 FTE, which is a 1.1 FTE increase for teacher FTE, and that's since the first interim budget. Our classified FTE is projected at 325.1 FTE, which is a 13.3% increase since the first interim budget. And that's for small learning group paraeducators, health assistants, and IT support staff. Certificated and classified compensation changes are included in the budget, which is step and column increases, longevity increases, and any negotiated salary schedule increase. The STRS rate for 2021 is 16.15%, which is a 5% reduction over 1920. HERS is projected at 20.7%, which is a 5% increase over 1920. And based on the 2021 healthcare rates, our United Healthcare rates will increase 6.7% over the 2020 rates, and Kaiser is projected to increase only 0.56%. And all carryover funds have been included in the budget, and this includes all of our categorical and local funds. Salary and benefits are the major expenditure stream in our budget at $90.4 million, which is approximately 82.95% of our expenditure budget. $5.3 million is projected for books and supplies at 4.89% of the budget. And finally, $13.2 million for services and other expenditures is 12.16% of the budget. This includes our transfer to the Special Reserve Fund as a savings plan for future technology needs, extra support needed for child nutrition and state preschool, as well as contracted services for special education, transportation, and the purchase of software licenses, hotspots, PPE, and other COVID-19 related safety equipment, for a total expenditure budget of $108.9 million. This is a multi-year look at the ratio of revenue to expense, and based on the assumptions built into the second interim budget, our 2021 revenue, as I said, is projected at $114.7 million, which is a $9 million increase over 1920. And our expenditure budget is projected at $108.9 million, which is a $6.5 million increase over 1920. And based on the assumptions built into the second interim budget, our revenue is projected to outpace expenditures by $5.9 million. This is a multi-year look at the general fund beginning and ending balances. The 2021 ending balance is projected to decrease over the first interim budget, due in part to certificate and classified FTE increases, an increase in our textbook budget, as well as an increased support for the Child Nutrition Fund and special education. I have included in the budget salary and benefit savings for any vacant positions, and These factors combined contribute to the $950,000 decrease in the ending balance since the first interim budget. This is a multi-year look at our unrestricted reserves, which is a combination of the unrestricted general fund and the special reserve fund 17. And based on the assumptions in the second interim budget, we're projected to end the year at 29.7 million. So just to quickly recap, our general fund ending balance based on second interim is $16.3 million, and our special reserve fund ending balance is $13.4 million. So at projected year-end reserve is 27.3%. And the multi-year projections all have positive ending balances and will maintain our basic aid status. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. If any members of the public wish to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. All right, not seeing any. Board, is there a motion?
Oh, I'm in my thing. I gotta get back to the agenda. I was looking at the paperwork. Sorry. Okay, I move that we approve the second interim fiscal solvency report and certify that Sunnyvale School District will be able to meet its financial obligations through June 30th, 2023.
I'll second that.
Board, is there any questions or discussion?
You know, I wanted to have a discussion about the food services number because we're projected to lose $786,538.61. And I know that from going out and seeing all the sites and seeing all the people who are actually providing the food service, I know they're working like crazy and they're, you know, very hardworking and efficient. So I did want to talk about going forward. I think, you know, we have a meeting tomorrow to discuss in general, like the numbers here, but I'm wondering if there are any plans to try to increase the amount of food that we're pushing out to people, given that families are reporting that they're hungry, or kids are reporting that they're hungry.
Lori, do you think maybe you could just like briefly walk through the elements, like kind of where we started baseline with the deficit in the food service fund, like heading into the pandemic, the effects of the pandemic on revenue and expenses, and then like maybe address any ideas for how to address that?
Before the pandemic, we were in a deficit situation of approximately $400,000 a year. Since the pandemic, we've had a $700,000 revenue loss because we take in approximately that much every single year from families who put deposit money in their student accounts, and their students use that money to pay for their lunches. So this year we've taken in zero. And since we're operating under the Seamless Summer Waiver Program, the Seamless Summer reimbursement rate is significantly less than the National School Lunch Program. And on the flip side, our expenses have remained the same. I mean, they change every year a little bit with benefit changes and salary schedule changes, of course. And this year we've had an unprecedented amount of equipment replacements and failures that we've had to take care of. So it all impacts the bottom line. So, I mean, Armando and I are trying the best we can to serve the community. And you're right, Bridget, the ladies are working super hard in the field. So I don't know what we advertise on every single school. We have, you know, Aaliyah helps with text messages and emails out to all the families. It's in the family message. It's on the website. I've been talking to other districts trying to get ideas from them. But, you know, since we have competition in the surrounding area from other school districts, that also affects our meal counts, where some districts don't have that competition. So it all impacts the bottom line, unfortunately.
Well, so other districts being like so Mountain View has they have they have daily meals at their sites, and I know we're going to return. That's the thing, is that I know that we're returning to in-person instruction. So will there be on-site, will the kitchens be open at the school sites as they open?
Right now, we have 6 out of the 10 school sites open starting on March 15th. All 10 school sites will be open and meal bundles will still be available to the community, and we will be feeding the students on campus as well.
But just a one-day meal, right? Is there any thought of expanding that to additional days yet, or are you studying that at all?
Hey, Bridget, I'm gonna pause just a minute. I'm feeling like this is not
okay.
More of a
Okay,
budget.
so
stuff.
I guess you're right. I guess I'm thinking like in terms of, it is a lot of money, and there are other districts around us that are doing different things and we're going to have a meeting tomorrow with Lori to go over the details of this. But I think this is the dollar amount. I mean, I didn't ask, the question I asked is not a surprise question, right? I put it in my packet comments because
True.
I'm not intending to surprise anybody or go after anybody. It's, they, in all the board trainings that I said, if you ask questions, you should probably read them into the public record so people know you're asking them. So this isn't performative, and this isn't meant to go after anybody, but I mean, it's like $750,000, and it's worth asking the question, especially given on the back end, what we've heard before. And so, maybe there's other things that we can do.
Yeah, I think, Bridget, I agree. I think those are fair questions, and it's true that you asked them in the packet. So that's fine. And I'm glad that we're having the meeting tomorrow. So Isabel and Bridget and I are going to meet with Lori and Armando from Sodexo and kind of go over the components and answer some of the same questions that you brought up. I think it's fair to try to learn from other school districts. I know that Lori, frankly, is one of the people in the county when there's questions about food services. She's one of the people that people call. So she's really an expert on food service. And I think one of the things that I've learned is that every district is so different, but just because they're different doesn't mean we can't learn. So I think it's fair.
And and the year isn't quite over yet.
So what I would say is that I understand, that deficit isn't a surprise. It isn't new. We need to feed our students. We're utilizing the resources that we know about. I appreciate that the county the county legislative action group went forward with my recommendation for advocacy at the federal level, because that's where the money comes from, and that we are advocating for increasing funding for these particular programs. So thank you.
So I will say, what's tricky too with the number, right, is there's the COVID stuff this year, which if we can figure out things, right, anything that can help, but there's also as our free and before COVID, just in the 4 years I've been on, right, each year we're spending more of the general fund on our food services. And a big portion of that is our demographic is changing, right? And that we have way lower numbers of free and reduced lunch. So there's that piece too, right? Not just what's happening this year. But I think what will be great is, I know there's that meeting tomorrow. And then if we feel like there needs to be, more discussion at the board level, then we can figure out a time to do that. If there's a need for that. So.
Okay. And I think if we had a meeting about basic needs, if that's something that we wanted to take up, that could be whatever that comes in at, I think that could be part of the discussion. So, social emotional needs, basic needs, returning, and kind of a continuation of like the re-envisioning of returning.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions or comments about the fiscal solvency report? All right, just thank you, Lori, as always. We appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. Thank you, Lori. All right, we are now on to item B, the review and vote for the 2021 CSBA Delegate Assembly. And I see contact is me. I guess it's really just all of us though, right? Like the 5 of us just need to decide. And I didn't prep this ahead of time, but can someone on staff pull up the list of the names? Would that be helpful, board, or you just want to look at it on your own devices? Let's maybe have it pulled up for a minute.
You're on mute, Nancy, if you were going to talk.
Sorry, I'm struggling getting it pulled up for me to see that particular one. It keeps on flipping here and
Isn't
there.
it on the so you mean the supporting documents, that one?
Not the supporting documents, just the ballot.
This one?
Yes, thank you.
Oh. Okay.
Well,
I don't think that's actually the ballot.
It's not the ballot.
I think that's current people and like when they're expiring.
No, if you scroll down, it says corrected ballot, use this ballot.
The next page, I think.
Okay.
This is the next page. It's the right document.
Yes,
still have it.
that page.
Yeah.
The second page.
Correct document.
I was so proud of myself. Okay, here it is.
Right. Yeah.
All right, there we go. Yes, sorry. Wrong page, right document. Thank you, Mike. Okay, so I kind of think Bridget and Nancy, I mean, in past years, right, Reed kind of, I think Bridget and Nancy probably know these people the best and have the thoughts. Maybe the two of you kind of want to share your thoughts and then the rest of us can jump in after that.
So
if he wants to go first.
Well, let me tell you that I did put things in. I appreciate that you nominated me in this process. I missed out by less than a minute. They were just super like, you have to be in on that. They said that I could do, because I was qualified, I could be a write-in. So I'm putting that in the hopper for you all. We can vote for up to 6 candidates. I can let you know of the people that are currently delegates, who's been more engaged and who's been less engaged for points of consideration. Of course, I would support Bridget being brought forward. And the question is, do we want to fill all 6 spots or not? Because they do cumulative votes, and it's whoever gets the most votes moves forward. I think that of new candidates that Von Lee would add important dimension to delegate assembly. I've had the pleasure of getting to know her through the Santa Clara County School Boards Association. And she represents Eastside Union, which is one of the largest high school districts in the state. I would probably not be supportive of Andres Quintero because he has not been as engaged in the School Boards Association And I understand similarly at delegate assembly, he has not been as engaged.
Nancy, do you happen, I mean, would it be, I'm just wondering, maybe it'd be beneficial if you felt like you had a pretty good little slate and we can always add on to it. I mean, that way if you made a motion with
Yes.
names, and then you can speak to that a little bit.
Okay. So I would put forth Bridget, Fiona, Van. I'd invite us to put me in as a write-in, and I think that George Sanchez would be it, and that would, and I believe my math is correct, that would bring us to 6.
Nancy,
think
I thought that George, I thought I remembered, maybe the rest of the board can help me. I thought I remembered Reed saying that George was not, she was like smile and she'd say, oh, George, we have to vote for George. He's great, but he's not active. And he, you know, I don't know. I felt like it was kind of like, he's such a nice guy, but he doesn't participate. Is that?
Well,
remember that? I don't know him. He seems friendly.
So I would say that George was slated to be our president-elect, but he had a family commitment that precluded him from putting in the time and the work that was required. But he still said he wanted to serve on delegate assembly. If we don't find another candidate who I'm compelled to do, I'm okay with that. I'm just looking at trying to do a demographic balance too, of thinking about areas that we're covering. And I suppose that Van being Eastside Union would cover that in the fact that Franklin McKinley and Alum Rock do feed into that district. So
didn't Andres, wasn't he the guy who said he went to that high school and he seemed pretty animated and excited. You don't.
So Bridget, my memory from what Reed, it was that, how do you say his name? I don't want to say it wrong. Andres, is that correct?
Yes.
That Andres is not really engaged, but I don't remember her saying that about George before.
Okay. I don't know. Okay.
But I don't know for sure, right? That's just what my memory.
Okay. But yeah, I also really like Vaughn Lee. I think she's great. I also like Devin Conley. I think she's really dedicated. And I think Daniel Cohen's been a good board member for a while. So those are the ones where I think like Danielle Cohen is pretty experienced. And Devin Conley is the person who really was one of the initiators for the broadband
digital divide stuff.
She's been really active and she's really well spoken, and it's probably ridiculous of me to put her name out there because I'm sure as a new person, she'd be competing with me as a new person. But I think she's really strong.
I think Devin will get there. My concern is looking at trying to make it not all North County. So we have Fiona, Bridget.
Isabel, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. Because I was looking at their, not just what they wrote, but the ones that put the resume, well, their direct resume towards this position. And then later I got an email with the rest of the people who didn't put here their resume. But actually, well, I also heard that it was Sanchez, George, the one that wasn't that involved for a family issue. But it was Quintero, the one that was the incoming one that hasn't been that long, but he was very engaged. And when I see their community activities, I did see for what it says over here about Quintero, for example, he is very involved with the community and he's into a lot of cultural outreach programs, you know, like the dance programs, a lot of cultural local involvement. So it does show a lot of involvement with the community and looking at people for what they are. Then I like when I saw the curriculum of Van Lee also, she has, you know, she made like those community programs special also for Asian community in the area. So I see people that are very connected with their communities and what their people is doing and what their people is involved about. And you know, I also like, as Bridget say, the story of, you know, Devon. I actually like Devon, well, from what I see and read over there. And the little bit I remember from that meeting, Andres Quintero, George Sanchez, Van Lee, and well, of course, I mean, Bridget also stands up. I think you shouldn't be worried. In general, I mean, if people actually are reading the resume and the achievements from the community, and those are already 4 or 5 people. So if you guys also talk very well about Danielle, I don't know, other people that you have been in.
So with delegate assembly, there's two functions. It's not only to represent different voices in there, but it's also to be able to be engaged in what's happening in the county and be able to represent all of us as well. And so I look at people who have been effective in engagement and doing work well in positions that they've held, and how well they will do that. And Andres gets sidetracked on personal advocacy that does not necessarily align with what with what CSBA is representing or the county feels is important as well when he goes to represent things at CSBA at delegate assembly. So I have that concern about his focus. Who is he speaking on behalf of?
Well, I suppose Alum Rock has, I don't know, he's a very big crowd of people. It's a very big school district with very big community.
I appreciate that. I would rather have George than Andres.
Hey, Mike, I don't know the technology stuff of Zoom. Do you have access to like maybe put little dots or marks like by some of the names to kind of help us with this? So
I don't think so.
Okay.
Right now, so let me go down the ballot.
So I think we're like, so Bridget and Nancy, right? If we could dot them, we would dot Bridget and Nancy. Are you gonna put another doc? Perfect. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Um,
So that leaves 4.
yeah, so I think, so we got those 2 for sure, right? And so then I think the ones that we are talking about, so like would be
Fiona, it sounds like Fiona and George are also there.
Fiona and George. I mean, there's mixed feelings, it sounds like, on Andreas, then Van Lee and Devin and Danielle.
I like Van Lee a lot, and so.
So I just,
you
so
know,
I don't
because she
know.
started a moon. She did like, you know, she swam to Alcatraz. I mean, my, I just think that's tenacious, like for a good cause. Like, I
Yeah,
mean,
so I just want to point out, so like, I don't know Van Lee, like if everyone else, like I'm totally fine supporting her. Like I really.
she's
right,
on Ledge Action,
I
and
really
she,
think there's a great list on here, but I just wanted to point out, I was looking at the list of who currently is, and there is an Eastside Union. So Lorena Chavez is Eastside Union High School District, and her term expires 2022. So not that that needs to change anything. I just wanted to throw that out there as just.
Okay, I can highlight or do something now because I put it in Word.
Okay, so will you highlight Bridget, add Nancy's name, highlight Bridget and Nancy.
Yes.
And then we can take off David, right? We like him, but we can take that name off, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think, I know Isabel, like from reading the stuff, but I think we take off Andreas, right? I mean, most of us.
Yes.
I don't know him.
Carol.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go.
Oh, we can take off Carol though. We can take her off too, right? I
Okay.
didn't notice that one. I was thinking there was more that we hadn't mentioned earlier. Okay, so that leaves 5 for 4 spots. And I do think I think we should vote for 6, right? Like I think there's so many good people. I love the idea of using all of our votes because there are.
That's fine. I'm just putting that out mathematically to make people aware.
Yeah, and it sounds like as we're talking, it sounds like we all want to kind of do 6 people.
Yes.
Okay, so we
I
got.
just have a quick question, very quick question. So, so we are, just as I understand, we are not voting for Quintero because we already have a Latino there, and then we will have 2 out of 6.
No, it has nothing to do with his ethnicity.
Oh, okay, because I got like, if we're gonna serve more community in one way and then we already have another one, it will be not deterrent or something. I don't know. I was trying to understand that again. That was kind of what I heard there.
No, this is not based on ethnicity.
Okay, yeah, because I was looking at their community work and they involve me with their own community and.
So I think Isabel. So I would be on the side of like if they're like, I would want more people of Latin, right? Like, right, our demographics in our county, or I don't know, but we're really high, right? So I would be if you were using from that perspective, right? I think the more diversity, the better. He has been on, so I don't know him personally, but just from hearing other people who are active in our community, the CSBA community, he has already been on delegate assembly and has not been very engaged. So for me, I want people, like to me, the highest priority is people who are going to be engaged in that work, right? So maybe he's really engaged in his personal community, but then that's not translating into this delegate assembly responsibility, right? Like, again, I don't know him personally, it's just from what I've heard, right? So that's for me, why I would not have him on there. Is I want people who are going to like be active and engaged in delegate assembly from our county.
Okay.
And I think with George, it sounds like he stepped back from the role of president-elect, but he's still real interested in being a delegate, and he has a lot of experience. And
right, he is.
And if he is active, then that's fine.
All right, so let's see if we can in the next 2 or 3 minutes take our list of 5 down to 4.
So I think Fiona, I'd like to vote for Fiona for
Keeping her
sure.
on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is everyone good with keeping her as a for sure?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also think you know, I think if George is someone that, you know, has a lot of experience and would be good, I mean, his resume looks good and everything like that. So I'm okay with George being on.
I'm in favor of having George on our for sure list. Do others feel that same way? Or no? Yeah. Okay. We can always change this, right? We haven't put a vote in yet. Okay. So now we have 3 that need to go down to 2.
So, and I think we had
Sounds like they're all fantastic.
Van Lee.
I like Van Lee a lot.
And I know
And we're okay even though there's someone already east side.
Well, you know, we have 2 with Sunnyvale.
Yeah.
We need to start thinking outside of the box and thinking about people who can be engaged and do the work and bring assets rather than be so narrowly defined about.
Yeah, there's different diversity, like different boards is just one like version of diversity.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Danielle or Devin, they're both really great. If they ever listen to this, we love you both.
I think it sounds like Isabella is still, you know, I haven't totally ruled out Andres, and it sounds like Isabel wants to talk more about that. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know.
My concern is that sometimes he's too political and doesn't keep into the lane of what it is that is on the table that you need to focus on.
Well, he teaches political science in his curriculum.
I understand.
Very interested into that.
Right, I understand that, but when I go into a meeting with the legislator around certain issues, and somebody bird walks to an issue that they want to have that is not representative of the group, I have a concern about that they don't understand what it is that they're supposed to be doing when they're doing it.
So, like, what's an example?
How
bad is this?
That sounds interesting.
CSBA Legislative Action Week, and CSBA has all of their talking points that they're talking about, and I bring up something that's relevant to my district that is not on that list and may conflict with points that I'm supposed to be advocating for. I have a concern about that. Is that, as without getting into the details, is that pretty explicit about not being focused and not understanding the work that you need to do?
I suppose I haven't been in those meetings, so sure. Sounds reasonable.
Yeah. Okay, well, so let's just set him to the side for a minute, and we can talk about Devin and Danielle and see if there's a strong pull either way. I have worked a little bit more with Devin than Danielle, but I know Danielle's been real active for a long time and has a good track record, right? So
yes, Danielle is one of the senior members of the team. Work with her on delegate assembly. I know that she was considering retiring because she and Reed were best buddies on delegate assembly. So I know she's very articulate, remembers details very well, and so she can pull up exemplars very easy and very succinctly when you're trying to further a discussion. And so part of this also, what the delegate assembly does is a sounding board for what CSBA is thinking and doing. It receives information about initiatives that CSBA wants to do, but it also reflects what into this they're representing and reflecting our interests as a entire county. That's the difference. When you're there, you're representing the entire county, not you have your lenses of each individual district, but you're representing the entire county. That's
they usually want you to articulate their, like, kind of bring the story to the policy thing.
correct.
Okay, so it sounds like, I think
Sounds like Danielle, maybe.
like both of them. Yeah, well, I was gonna say Nancy probably leaned Danielle. Bridget, I thought maybe you were gonna lean Devin, but you're good with either. You just know Devin better.
Yeah, I mean, they're both great.
Yeah,
they're
they're
all really great.
That's why I said if they ever listen to this, we love them both. This is a very hard decision.
Yeah.
So I think Devin will get on delegate assembly at some point in time. There is also an appointment to be made at the end of this as well. So we may get on that way.
All right. So Mike, will you highlight Danielle or bold her for us?
And we're done.
Okay. So do we feel okay with this? I don't want to take a whole lot more time on this, but I want everyone to feel okay about it. Not that you have to agree with everything, but is there any last thoughts anyone wants to share or throw out? Okay. So let's, if there's any public who wishes to speak on this item, we'll do that now, and then we'll take a motion and go from there. So if there's any member of the public who wishes to speak on this item, there's a raised hand. I don't know if that was from earlier or not. Aaliyah, could you help us see if that's?
Yeah, DEO, you have your hand raised if you wanted to speak to this item.
I was going to say the correct pronunciation is Van Lay, not Lee, Lay. So Vietnamese last name.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate that. Okay, and I don't see any other. Okay, so does someone want to make a motion?
So I move approval of the delegate assembly ballot for Danielle Cohen, Vaughn Lay, George Sanchez, Fiona Walker, Bridget Watson, and Nancy Newkirk.
I'll second. Why not? You're two board members on there.
All right, board. Any other discussion? Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. Mike, thank you for helping us have a visual to help us work through that. I appreciate it.
Welcome. I was pretty proud of myself for figuring that out.
Figure out how you could mark it for me. Thank you. All right, we are on to item 9C, approval of the Unified Communications as a Service agreement with Maverick Networks. And Rob, thanks for sticking with us.
Absolutely. Hey, you all are here, so we get to do this together, right? So, good evening, board and members of the public. So, item C tonight under review and action is, as Michelle mentioned, approval of the Unified Communications as a Service agreement with Maverick Networks. So, what this is for the VoIP or VoIP phone system for the district. We have a VoIP phone system that's been in place for a number of years. And at this point, it's come to the time of service where a RFP was let to get bids or proposals from a variety of vendors to replace the service that we had in place or to possibly continue with the same vendor. We received numerous responses, spent time working with the information services team to develop the proposal before it was put out to the public, and then also went through a comprehensive process of reviewing these proposals. In your board packet, you'll see that there was, there's several different metrics that we looked at for evaluating them. And the two that I included here was really like kind of the starter, non-starter item of whether a proposal was considered to be responsive. This would be something that is probably pretty familiar from the construction bid process, where a vendor provides a response that includes all of the necessary items and acknowledges all addenda, which are changes to the bid package prior to the vendors providing the proposals. And then I also provided a 3-year cost life cycle for the various vendors. And with that in mind, Maverick Networks was the vendor that in totality provided the best proposal with price, service, responsiveness to the proposal. We've spent a good number of, actually probably about 6 weeks, we spent working with Maverick Networks, their technical service provider, which is 8x8. And 8x8 is a pretty well-known VoIP service provider in the industry. And their in-house legal counsel and ours, VoIP contracts are very different than what you see as far as construction contracts go. They have a lot more just intricacies that are very different. So anyways, it was a bit of a long process to go back and forth. However, they stuck with it through that process with us. So here tonight, I have this contract to present to you for your approval. And following the approval, we'll begin the process of making a transition in the April timeframe to the new phone system.
Thank you, Rob. If any members from the public wish to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now. All right, not seeing any. Board, is there a motion?
Sure, I'll move to approve the Unified Communications as a Service UCaaS agreement with Maverick Networks for the IP services and equipment. I don't know if I'm saying any of that right, but I'm reading it. I don't know what I'm reading. Oh gosh, okay.
Second.
I'll second that.
All right, board, any questions or comments? All right, thank you so much, Rob, for all the work with that. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the support there.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We are on to 9D, approval of resolution number R21-12, authorizing lease of relocatable structures for Ellis Elementary School pursuant to Public Contract Code section 20118. And Rob again.
All right. So oftentimes, when we are letting a contract for construction services, it's a low bid kind of a situation, so it's not tied to a resolution. However, with leasing of facilities and sometimes the procurement of modular buildings in general, the use of a piggyback agreement, which effectively other school districts or perhaps the state publicly bid these items. And there's a component within their bid package that allows other districts to take advantage of the pricing that either the state or another district received. And this is one of those situations. What this is 9 classrooms and a restroom facility that will be on the Ellis Blacktop for one of the initial phases of construction. So this is an interim housing component. This is the portion of it where we are paying for the lease of the classrooms, the delivery of them, and basically just the fastening of them and locating them to where they are. We do have a couple more bids that we will be bringing for you in the before you in the coming months, including the connection of these buildings to our electrical and water system and fire alarm systems. So, and then one of the things actually I just want to point out that we did that's a little unique on these leased portables compared to what we typically do when we do leased housing during a construction project With the pandemic in mind, we opted to upgrade these buildings to have sinks, so they will have running water in them. Typically, our leased portables don't have running water to them. We'll bring a water dispenser. While that takes care of hydration, that doesn't take care of an opportunity to wash your hands. So something that I think is a value add. I mean, of course, there is a small cost to it, but with just sanitization and general cleanliness in mind, I think this is something that's a good thing that we add to the building. So with that, it's my recommendation that the board approves resolution R2112 for the relocatable structures that we'll have on site as interim housing.
Thank you, Rob. If there's any public who wishes to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature. Oh, do you have something more?
I'm sorry. I want to mention one more thing. I apologize. I got sidetracked.
Go ahead. You're good.
So today, and also Michelle, I want to thank you for the flexibility on making a change to the agreement that was originally posted. There was a couple comments that came in from the Mobile Modular's legal counsel. There was a second counsel that in-house that we didn't really expect to review it, neither did they. So they sent some changes over actually yesterday evening, and we were able to work with our legal counsel this morning to accept those changes. And I just wanted to quickly touch on those changes versus what was in the original board packet. There was a cost amount that was in the original packet, and that was for what would be a 24-month lease. We've reverted the cost estimate back to an 18-month lease. I do anticipate that we may have to have these on site for a little bit longer. If we do, there's a prescribed monthly lease rate in the lease, so that would just be a change order for the additional months. Like if you were to lease an apartment or whatever, it would be for a little bit additional time. There was a requirement for a payment and performance bond that was removed. And in this situation, since it's really just leasing the buildings, that's acceptable. And then there was some additional language to tie this back to the piggyback agreement that Mobile Modular wanted to have in there. Our legal counsel originally didn't feel like it was necessary to have. However, they were agreeable to having added in. And then there was just some changes to the indemnification language to make it a little more mutual indemnification instead of one-sided. Of course, when legal counsel starts out with indemnification, we want to make it as protective as possible, but still be reasonable. They wanted it to be a little more balanced. And so that's where we landed there. So thank you again for letting me chime back in and also swapping out the contract there.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you for making note of those changes. All right, it looks like there's not any public comment on this item. So board, is there a motion?
I move that we approve resolution R2112 authorizing the lease of relocatable structures for Ellis Elementary School pursuant to Public Contract Code section 20118 as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Board, is there any questions or discussion? All right, thank you, Rob, for all your work and for our legal team for helping with it as well, and whoever else was a part of that. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. Thank you again, Rob.
Michelle, before we go to consent agenda items, I don't know where or how to address it because we're going to like not see each other for 2 weeks probably unless we call another meeting to discuss something. But, you know, I just want to kind of clear the air because I feel like in the delegate assembly discussion, I feel like it was, you know, the discussion was about two Latinx men, you know, and talking about them like right together. And the phrase came up like, I'd rather have this one than that one. And it feels like kind of a, you know, like reading Isabel's language, body language from the screen through Zoom, which is challenging, you know. It seems like it was a weird minute there, and it's like it felt like it might have been like read as like a microaggression, you know. And I feel like she's already been kind of beat up in this meeting a little bit, and I just wanted to kind of clear the air. So if like any you know, anyone wanted to apologize. Like, I apologize if I've made you uncomfortable in any way. And, you know, I just feel like I'm not exactly sure what the right thing to do is, but I don't want to just like go away for 2 weeks and pretend it didn't happen, because I've been kind of watching her, and it seems like, you know, not in a bad way, not in a weird way, but like, it seems like this is something that's happening, and I want to not perpetuate this culture of like just letting things go. Like, so like, I mean, you know, I mean,
So-
Isabel, I know I was part of that conversation at some level. I mean, are you okay?
Yeah, sure. It just started like that, pretty much, making sure that, well, it was pretty much spelled out like we don't want to exaggerate in some demographic, and that was exactly how I was saying. And, you know, point out those two particular members. So it pretty much sounded like that. And I was, you know, reading everybody's involvement. Everybody has a nice curriculum today. And, you know, it just point out like who are these people. Obviously, when you think about what is the demographic now that we're talking about, that of Alum Rock, which he's represented, that's the kind of person that you will expect to be representing a community which is probably 80% around Latino. It makes sense. And, you know, everybody, the only 2 guys out of 9 who were representing the community were for communities that pretty much look like that, which it wasn't at all what, you know, what was important, that those were the communities, the very low income communities that were coming and present to, you know, at the assembly, at the county. We have a very varied, you know, set of people, as you say, like it was very cool in the resumes that we were reading, you know, the person who had go all the way to you know, a swing for a charity, when other, that's very, very impressive. Then there was the other person from Los Altos that happened to be Vietnamese, that also she looked like pretty cool, like she was doing some cultural festivals that, you know, she started and, you know, raised for her community. I thought that was also very impressive. So a lot of people had a lot of impressive things. And you know, reading today, actually I heard that the person who was kind of disengaged actually was George, because he had some issues with his family, and he was stepping back from one position to another. So, okay, maybe he's in the doubt, maybe he really doesn't have the time. But, you know, the start of the statement was that, like, then we have these 2 guys, and we have already this much demographic that we don't want to overrepresent, which, you know, it sounded pretty, a particular message, so pretty clear. But, you know, it's okay. I don't know these persons, these people more than what I heard from the meeting. I heard in the meeting, you know, their statements, but also the meeting was like 3 weeks ago. So the little bit that I kind of remember, I had to read this week their stories, what they want to represent. And, you know, it sounded pretty much like that. So I just wanted to clarify again that what I heard that was saying a particular, you know, some particular terms was really what I heard, because I didn't believe, because, you know, I cannot get to know most of everybody here. And I know that, I mean, I know all of you are very good people, and we had time to connect with each other. And I just wanted to clarify that what I heard wasn't what I heard.
So I'm happy to take this offline. It was not my intent to do microaggressions. I'm concerned about the quality of the individual, and that's where my focus is. If you were thinking about demographics from a geographic perspective, Eastside Union High School District covers Alum Rock and covers Also, the Franklin McKinley areas. That was my point. That she represents that area too, differently, but she represents that area too, and can speak to the needs of the communities, because she's a member of the community.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
So I'm tired. I'm sorry if I wasn't as articulate as I might have.
Sure.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for giving us that minute. I just wanted to check in because I was feeling a little worried. So
Thank you, Bridget. Well, I think, right, it's important to have these harder conversations and then to talk about it and see where we're all at. So thank you.
I just wanted to add one more thing.
Yeah.
The open forum, or the community, has the ability to say whatever they want in some aspects, right? I mean, they could, from what I've understood, for some of the things I've heard, they have the ability to basically sit there and say some vile things to us. And as representatives of the board, or the representatives of the district, as difficult as it can be, sometimes we just receive it and we try to remain on point, which is student focus. Yeah, I don't enjoy the fact that for some reason, seems like you've been called out. I think one of the incidences where one of the members of the public came up and said, who is this? I think he was more referencing the fact that for some reason, I don't believe he felt that we were quick enough with posting who you were on the website, instead of that it came across very aggressive. But I just wanted to clarify that that's the unfortunate part of the job. I think, I've experienced it. People getting kind of creative with my name at times, and things like that. But it doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. But I do, I like the idea of maybe exploring the protocols, but I just need everybody to understand that I think at the end of the day, it's just really up to the public and how they want to present themselves. Unfortunately, it's not a satisfying answer, but I just wanted to put that out there. So.
And us modeling, right? And I think, right, like modeling, right? We don't always say the perfect thing, and then we can talk about it to hopefully do better next time, right? So great to be a part of all of you guys. And thank you for, right, that we're a group who will listen to the hard things and take on and discuss hard things. Thank you.
Thanks.
Was there another comment or no? Okay, so I looked down, but I heard something. Okay, we are on to item 10, the consent agenda. If there's any member of the public who wishes to speak on the consent agenda, please use the raise hand feature now. Not seeing any. Board, is there a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Board, is there any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, and with that, the motion passes. We're now on to item 11, public comments on closed session items. And just as a reminder, there are 2 items under closed session: conference with labor negotiator, SEA and CSEA, and public employee discipline dismissal release. So if there's any members of the public who wish to speak on closed session items, please use the raise hand feature now. All right, not seeing any. We will adjourn to closed session. Board, do we need to do a 5-minute break, Or are we all good going straight in?
Let's just go.
Everyone's good going straight in? Okay.
This should be very short.
Good. Okay.
All right, so we'll go to closed session and then come back.
Bye, Rob. Bye, Tasha. Bye, Mala. Bye,
Yes.
Lori.
For those who don't need to stay, thank you for sticking with us.
Yes, can you hear me? Good job.
Great. Wow, this been the longest, huh? Long for us at least, for interpreters. Well, thank you. A pleasure as usual. And so have a good night.
You too. Thank you,
Buenas
Monica.
noches.
Buenas noches.
We can't start our video. No, now I can. Not that I really cared.
I'm still unable to start my video. Oh, nope. You're just going to see me in the boardroom, not there, because I'm not there anyway.
It looks like we're all not there.
No, I see you.
Not all there.
True.
Oh, but your picture.
You should be able to now, Nancy.
I'll try. No, it's still, oh, there we go. I'm back.
All right. I reconvene to open session at 11:25, 11:26 now. In closed session, we discussed conference with labor negotiator, and no action was taken. And for future meetings, our next meeting is March 18th. It's a regular board meeting, March 18th at 7 p.m. via Zoom. And unless there's anything else, I adjourn this meeting at 11:20.